The sun blazed overhead as the hum of a slicer's motor caught my attention. I straightened up from checking the fence line, brushing dirt from my knees, and made my way across the pasture. The tall grass whispered against my boots, freedom after weeks in a cast. Doc Magnolia said regular movement would help my leg heal, and I wasn't about to argue. If I could wait years for a wife, a little patience with my limp was nothing. Nolly's pink nose poked through the bars of her pen as I passed. "Don't give me that look," I said, fighting the urge to scratch behind her tufted ears. "You're staying put. Last time you tagged along, you tried to redecorate my boot." She let out an indignant bleat as if she hadn't earned the timeout. That morning's escapade, first aiming for my footwear, then deciding it was a chew toy, was still fresh in my mind. The slicer's growl grew louder. Time to focus. Tasha and the warden wouldn't be impressed by a rogue Gordu, no matter how fluffy. "This place needs to look managed," I told Nolly, though my stern voice cracked when she blinked up at me with those big blue eyes. Bottle feeding her all summer had ruined any hope of discipline. "Jump on your rocks like a proper mountain Gordu," I added, nodding at the 4 carefully chosen boulders I'd hauled in. She flopped down instead, chewing grass with an air of defiance. Wife. The word alone sent a jolt through me. Some nights I whispered it just to feel the weight of it, the hope, the quiet ache. The slicer's engine roared closer. Soon, everything could change if the rocks in her pen didn't suit her. Maybe I could take her on longer treks into the wilderness. That would benefit us both, helping me rebuild my strength after my injury while letting her sharpen her Gordu instincts without her mother's guidance. Sometimes I wondered if figuring out how to satisfy a fussy creature like her might teach me something about marriage. After all, my future wife would have her own quirks, preferences I'd need to learn. If I couldn't even make a small Gordu content, maybe I wasn't ready for a human partner. "Later, we'll go for a hike," I told her firmly. Just then, the hum of the slicer grew louder. Tasha and the warden were almost here. Killian burst from the cottage he shared with Garrick and Magnolia, his teal form a blur as he sprinted, white hair flying. Before he got far, Garrick's tail snapped out like a whip, snagging him around the waist. "Hand over the rock," Garrick ordered as Killian twisted in his grip. "I don't have one," Killian protested. "It's practically the size of your skull. Stop shoving it down your pants," Garrick shot back. "Why not give it to Nolly?" I suggested, stepping closer. "She hasn't been impressed with the ones I've brought." Killian scowled. "I need it. Garrick won't let me have a knife." "Stars above," Garrick muttered. Magnolia hurried outside, her voice sharp. "Killian, are you listening?" "Yes," Killian said just as Garrick snorted, "No." "What could you possibly need a knife for right now?" I asked. "Battle," Killian answered without hesitation. Magnolia crossed her arms. "There's no battle happening. Either give me the rock or take it to Nolly like Oaken said." Her expression gentled. "We've talked about this, sweetheart. Tasha and the warden aren't here to cause trouble. The bride program's staying, and so is Tasha now that she's married. No one needs a rock thrown at them." Grumbling, Killian finally relented and Garrick released him. The kids shuffled toward Nolly's enclosure. I didn't follow. Despite his wild streak, Killian had a soft spot for animals. He might have been rough around the edges, but his heart was in the right place. Killian might not think twice about hurling a rock at a Zabrian, but I knew he'd never harm Nolly. Even now, his voice softened as he stepped into her enclosure, murmuring comforting words to the creature. "Honestly, it's better he's occupied with her," Garrick muttered to Magnolia, his gaze drifting across the sunlit valley instead of following Killian. "The last thing we need is him ruining Oaken's shot at this." A warmth spread through me at Garrick's concern. He'd been more than a cousin. He was the brother I never had. We grew up together in Zabria under his father's roof, where I was always the weaker, frailer one. To me, he was everything I wished to be. When my uncle's fists came down, Garrick stepped in, even if it meant exile for us both. And now here he was, fretting over my future, my chance at happiness with a human bride. I couldn't blame him for worrying, not after he'd accidentally stolen mine. Magnolia's smile flashed, that endearing gap between her teeth showing as she looked up at Garrick's stern expression. The face she adored. She was supposed to have been mine, but a broken foot kept me from meeting her when she first arrived. By the time I saw them together, they were already inseparable. There was no bitterness in it. How could I resent him for finding love when he'd spent his life shielding me? Still, the hope lingered in my chest, quiet but persistent, that one day I'd find someone who'd choose me. The distant hum of a slicer cut through my thoughts. Warden 10's vehicle glided over the golden grass, Tasha's pale hands just visible where she clung to him from behind. As they neared, the warden brought the machine down, the engine sputtering to silence. "Warden," I called, forcing my stride to stay even despite the dull throb in my ankle. No weakness. Not now. "Oaken, Garrick." The warden's greeting was gruff as he swung off the slicer. Magnolia waved, her fingers lacing with Garrick's as they moved closer. Tasha remained hidden behind 10's broad frame until he turned, his tail curling around her waist as he lifted her gently to the ground. I straightened my posture, clearing my throat as I prepared to greet her properly. Even after the warden moved aside, her face remained hidden behind the opaque visor of her helmet. With a swift, practiced motion, she removed it, revealing her striking white and brown eyes. "Hello, Tasha," I blurted out the moment the helmet came off. Her smile was polished, professional, but I hoped I wasn't imagining the warmth behind it. "Hello, you're Oaken, right?" She tucked the helmet under her arm and brushed a few pale yellow strands of hair from her face. "Yes." The word practically leapt from my throat, my pulse hammering so hard I swore it had relocated there. My nerves were frayed, like someone had scraped them raw with steel wool. Tasha had only visited 2 other unmarried men in our district, Siller and Fallen, both of whom had human wives to vouch for them. I had no such advantage. All I had was myself, and I desperately hoped that would suffice. "Hi, Tasha." Magnolia broke free from Garrick's grip and threw her arms around her in what she called a pug hug. "You look great," Tasha said, her sharp eyes scanning Magnolia's face. "I am," Magnolia replied with a breathy laugh. "Thanks to this big guy." She slipped back to Garrick's side, patting the strip of dark blue skin peeking through the white vest she'd sewn for him. "And that one too," she added, nodding toward me. "They've both been amazing." "That's wonderful to hear," Tasha said, her assessing gaze flicking back to me. "Garrick and Oaken have my complete trust," Warden 10 cut in. "I wouldn't have approved them for the bride program otherwise. And I certainly wouldn't have assigned Garrick a convict ward." "Is that why I got stuck with Killian?" Garrick muttered. "Maybe I should have acted less responsible." Magnolia jabbed him in the shoulder. "Oh, stop, you adore that kid." I smirked. Garrick's grumbling was all for show. He might complain about Killian's mischief, but he loved him like his own, more than our uncle had ever loved either of us. "Speaking of your convict ward, where is he?" Tasha asked, shielding her eyes from the sun. "He's looking after Nolly," I said quickly, suddenly defensive. "He's a good kid." Because like Garrick, I cared about Killian too, more than I'd expected. Killian might have been small for a Zabrian, but his fierce loyalty made up for his size. Once he considered you family, he'd defend you without hesitation, even if it meant getting rough. That's why he'd thrown the rock earlier. There was more honor in him than in Zabrians twice his age and build. He had potential, and I wanted Tasha to see it. Part of me even wondered if, someday, he might deserve a human bride of his own. He was just a kid, too young to be dismissed. With Garrick guiding him and someone as kind as Magnolia by his side, he'd grow into someone worthy. Tasha gave a soft laugh. "I'm sure he will," she said, then smirked. "Even if his first impression was threatening to stab me," Garrick grunted. "He won't." Right on cue, Killian came barreling toward us from Nolly's pen at full speed, his tiny frame moving like a blur. Behind him, flashes of pink darted through the tall grass, Nolly making a break for it. "Stop her!" Killian yelled. I took off, but my injured leg slowed me down. Nolly zigzagged, then hit a dead end at the creek near Garrick's cabin. She wasn't big enough yet to leap across the stepping stones. Killian caught her first, wrapping his tail around her leg before scooping her up. I limped over as the others caught up. "She's too smart for her own good," Killian muttered, his voice sharp even as he cradled Nolly protectively. "I told her no, but she gave me those big, sad eyes. Then when I didn't cave, she tried to pee on me," Garrick snorted. "Sounds familiar." Ignoring him, Killian stroked Nolly's ears. "I was worried about the grass snakes," he admitted. "Thought maybe she needed boots like mine." I shook my head. "Boots might slow her down. She already avoids the climbing rocks I set up." She didn't have a mother anymore. Just the bloodstains and tufts of pink fur I'd found near her that day, alone and crying. Nolly had no go-to mentor to show her how to move with proper Zabrian grace. Those miniature boots certainly weren't helping matters, though I understood Killian's reasoning. After witnessing Magnolia nearly succumb to an Ardu's venomous bite last season, his protective instincts toward the orphaned Gortu made perfect sense. Garrick flicked his tail dismissively. "Suddenly boots are life or death important," he muttered. Magnolia squeezed Killian's shoulder while smoothing Nolly's fur. "It was smart thinking," she said. Tasha's piercing gaze locked onto Killian as she added, "Very considerate of you," her voice thick with unexpected emotion. Killian shifted Nolly away from Tasha's reach, his posture stiff with suspicion. The human liaison merely smiled, unfazed. "Show us around the grounds," she suggested. "You can lead the way." "Fine," Killian replied, hoisting Nolly higher. "But she stays with me." "Don't say I didn't warn you about accidents," I called after him as he strode off. "Prepared for everything," he shot back without breaking stride. Watching them go, I wondered if Tasha saw that same readiness in me, if she might think me husband material. Meanwhile, aboard the Lavaria, disaster struck in the form of a failing sonic recalibrator. Lala detached her spindly frame from the control panel, scuttling up to perch on my shoulder like a mechanical parrot. "Told you we should have replaced this back at XRK, she chirped. "Oh, brilliant observation," I snapped, slamming my palm against the console as another alarm shrieked. The little bot wasn't wrong, she rarely was, which made her both indispensable and insufferable. But quality recalibrators cost a fortune, especially for ancient human tech like ours. We just completed a lucrative asteroid field run, transporting some Hadorian holy woman no other pilot would touch. The payday should have covered repairs. If only we could reach a decent port before the Lavaria shook herself apart. The ship groaned in protest as I wrestled with the controls. Lala clinging to my collar like this was some thrilling amusement ride rather than our impending doom. The Lavaria was showing her age. And as a human-made ship, Alora Station would have been the ideal place for repairs. But with our current situation, reaching it was impossible. We'd have to set down somewhere and drain every last credit we had to get the part shipped to us, wherever that turned out to be. If the sonic recalibrator fails before we hit Atmo, the engines are toast, Lala chirped in her usual crisp tone, cutting through my racing thoughts. "I know," I snapped. "Do you, though?" She shifted with that infuriating precision of hers. "You know what?" I turned sharply, glaring at her. "Your attitude isn't helping." "Attitude is not part of my programming." "I exist to assist," she replied without hesitation. "And yet here we are," I muttered, wiping my damp palm before plucking her off my shoulder and dropping her onto the console. "How about you actually be useful and scan for landing options?" Lala skittered across the controls on her 8 spindly legs before settling into a docking port, syncing with the Lavaria's systems. "4 viable options within range," she announced, projecting a star map onto the main screen. 3 moons and their host planet. What's the planet's deal? Breathable, friendly. I was already adjusting course toward the triple-mooned world before she answered. Limited data available, Lala said. Designation, Zabria Prinar 1 appears to be a Zabrian Empire outpost. Zabrians, never heard of them. They maintain neutral relations with human factions. Some trade occurs on Allura Station. Great. So we probably won't get shot on sight, I muttered. With our failing systems, we wouldn't have time to hail anyone before landing. It was gonna be rough, but we would make it down. This ship was all I had left of Auntie Anjali, my last lifeline after my parents died, and she rescued me from New Toronto's brutal foster system. I'd kept the Lavaria flying since her death last year. I wasn't about to lose her now. Atmospheric analysis will be possible upon approach, Lala added. Though the only records I'm pulling are some misfiled Allura Station documents. Misfiled how? I yanked my protective suit from its compartment, wrestling into it just in case. They appear to reference human brides and wedding traditions. Random, whatever, suits on if the air's toxic. I strapped into the captain's seat, sealing my helmet with a sharp click. The planet loomed ahead, uncharted, unpredictable. Just like my luck, the planet Zabria Prinar 1 loomed larger in the view screen, its swirling colors of emerald, amber, crimson, and sapphire painting a mesmerizing display. Entering Zabria Prinar 1's atmosphere, initiating landing sequence, I announced, my voice echoing inside the helmet. Brace yourselves, Lala, you two Lavaria. A whisper brushed my thoughts, and you three Jaya, but whose voice was it? My aunt's, my own. The uncertainty vanished as I spoke the final command, my tone steady. Touchdown in 3, 2. This isn't a negotiation, Nolly, I said, crossing my arms as the stubborn mountain Gordu stared up at the rocky ledge. You're built for climbing. How are you supposed to survive out there if you won't even try? We'd ventured deep into the foothills beyond my ranch, searching for terrain that matched her natural habitat. So far, Nolly had shown more interest in lounging than leaping. She blinked at the boulder, then let out a soft bleat from where she stood between my boots. Nope, I said firmly. I'm not boosting you up again. That was a one-time deal, and now you think I'm your personal elevator. Her big, round eyes seemed to say, aren't you? Not happening, I repeated. We're both here to get stronger, that's the whole point. Instead of making an effort, Nolly spun around, plopping down in the shade with her back to me. Message received, training was over before it really began. Fine, I grumbled. But we're doing this again tomorrow. Every day she hesitated, I worried she'd lose her instincts. She needed to thrive in the wild, not just my fenced pastures, but maybe I was pushing too hard. She was still young, barely weaned off the Bracu milk I'd fed her. And while she tolerated me, I wasn't her real mother. Why should she take orders from some human? Maybe I'm being too hard on you, I admitted, sinking onto the grass beside her. I flexed my sore ankle, wincing. Not my best day. Truth was, my mood had been sour since yesterday, when Tasha dropped the news about the bride program changes. 14 days instead of 30. That barely gave anyone a chance. Time was slipping through my fingers, leaving me with barely any chance to win over my future wife before she might decide to leave. And that was assuming she even showed up at all. The real gut punch. Tasha had made it clear that convincing women to come here now would be nearly impossible. Once they learned this place was a prison planet, most would probably run the other way. Honestly, I couldn't blame them. No one deserved to be tricked into marrying an exiled convict, even if my crimes weren't violent. Still, a small, ugly part of me, one I wasn't proud of, wished I'd snagged a bride back when women didn't know the truth. Now, according to Tasha, it could take months, maybe even years, before another woman agreed to come. And even then, she wouldn't just be handed to me like Magnolia had been. Nope. Tasha planned some kind of mixer where potential brides could meet all the eligible bachelors, Zorro, the warden's men, and me in one awkward gathering. No guarantees anyone would pick me. I've still got youth on my side, I muttered, as if saying it louder would make it true. Nolly shot me a look that screamed doubt. "I've got time," I insisted. "And I know I could win someone over if they just give me a shot." I'd practically memorized Tasha's book on human women, their traditions, their weddings, the whole deal. I'd even made a ring for my future wife, a solid metal band that sat heavy in my pocket, a reminder of what might never happen. "Guess we should head back," I told Nolly, dusting myself off under the blazing sun. "Tasha and the warden are leaving soon, and we can't miss saying goodbye." I reached for Nolly, then froze. A sound cut through the air, not the familiar hum of a slicer or the deep rumble of a Zabrian supply ship. This was different, bigger, and way too close for comfort. My pulse kicked up. We weren't expecting anyone. So who the hell was coming? I pulled off my hat, my ears flicking instinctively as they tried to locate the source of the strange noise. Just as I pinpointed the direction, a small craft appeared in the sky, descending far too fast for a normal approach. My stomach tightened. This wasn't right. Unauthorized ships didn't just drop into the mountains like this. Not ever. In all my years living here, I'd never seen anything like it. Either I was about to face an unexpected threat, or someone was in serious trouble. "Stay put," I told Nolly, lifting her onto the ledge I'd always warned her against climbing. I jammed my hat back on and took off running. By the time I'd covered what felt like half a mile, my right ankle was screaming in protest, but I pushed through. That ship had to be found. The mountains weren't forgiving, even for experienced pilots familiar with the terrain, and I was sure this wasn't one of them. The vessel I'd glimpsed didn't match any local design. At least it hadn't sounded like a full crash. My breath came in ragged gasps as I sprinted, the soft meadow grass giving way to jagged rocks. The sun glinted off the rose-gold stone, dust swirling around my pounding footsteps. Then just past a rocky outcrop, I heard it, the metallic click of a hatch opening. I rounded the corner and stopped short. A flat stretch of pink stone stretched between the peaks, an almost perfect natural landing spot. Whoever was flying that thing had skill or incredible luck. The ship itself was sleek, shaped like a curved blade with tapered ends. No pilot in sight, just the echo of footsteps on the other side. I rushed around the vessel and froze. There, standing alone in the valley, was a figure in a bulky white suit, their face hidden behind a round helmet. "Atmosphere's safe," a voice called from inside the ship, though I saw no one else. Before I could react, the pilot reached up, unlatched their helmet, and pulled it off, revealing the most striking face I'd seen since I'd been banished to this rocky human face. She barely reached my shoulder, yet her presence seemed to expand beyond the jagged peaks surrounding us, more captivating than the endless desert sky. My world narrowed to just her, everything else fading into shadow. Her delicate features held an effortless grace, rounded cheeks framing a sculpted jawline, a nose with a gentle slope. Warm brown skin contrasted with the inky waves of hair tumbling free from her white flight suit as she shook it loose. A few shorter strands fell across her forehead, emphasizing those striking eyes, deep pools of intelligence that held me motionless. "Finally," she said, her voice crisp through my translator. "Thought I'd be baking in this suit till next season." Her laugh hit me like sunlight, bright and unexpected, revealing perfect teeth and the flash of her tongue. Something about that glimpse of pink made my chest tighten even though I'd caught my breath minutes ago. 2 weeks for a standard delivery. The ship's AI responded in a neutral tone. "Only if customs clears it and you avoid express shipping." "Express shipping," she snorted, rolling her eyes. "Lala, we're in the middle of nowhere. I'll be lucky to afford a rusted thruster coil at this rate." She tossed her helmet aside and ducked back into the ship, emerging moments later in fitted cargo pants and a cropped tank top that exposed a sliver of toned stomach. My gaze lingered on that strip of skin until the glint of a wrench in her hand snapped me back. Crouching by the ship's underbelly, she pried open a panel with practiced ease. The opening yawned wider than expected, swallowing her whole as she wriggled inside. Muffled clangs and inventive curses echoed from the hull. "Uh, 3 fried circuits already." Her usually melodic voice sharpened with annoyance. I clenched my fists, fighting the urge to crawl in after her, not just to help, but to hear that laugh again, unrestrained in clothes. I was about to step forward and introduce myself, ready to help however I could, when she suddenly backed out of the hatch, spun around and flung her hammer straight at me. The second it left her grip, I knew she'd spotted me. Her wide eyes grew even wider, her mouth falling open in surprise. At least that meant it probably wasn't intentional. Still, dodging wasn't easy. I managed to duck, but the hammer still clipped my forehead and ear, sending my hat flying into the dirt. "Oh, I'm so sorry," the pilot gasped, taking a hesitant step toward me before stopping abruptly. "I have a stunner." That was an interesting way to follow up an apology, first admitting fault, then casually mentioning she was armed. "On you?" I asked. Her fitted outfit didn't have any obvious pockets, and it certainly wasn't strapped to her belt like Warden 10's. Her gaze flicked to her ship before returning to me. "You can go get it," I said, keeping my voice calm, like I was talking down a startled animal. "I'd really prefer not to get stunned today. The hammer was plenty of a welcome, but if it makes you feel safer, by all means go grab it." A warm trickle ran down my temple, and she winced when she noticed. "I didn't mean to hit you," she insisted, still backing toward her ship, never taking her eyes off me. When she reappeared, she was holding a compact stunner, finger resting on the trigger. "I wasn't aiming at you. I was just frustrated, didn't see you there." Then she lifted the weapon and pointed it directly at my head, which felt a little excessive considering she'd already clocked me once. But there she was, stunning and dangerous, and somehow I couldn't bring myself to mind. Beauty like that was its own kind of hazard. I had a feeling she could talk me into just about anything. And she did. "Come here," she ordered, and without thinking, I obeyed. Only when I was inches away did I think to ask, "Are you going to shoot me?" For all I knew, I just strolled straight into point-blank range. She frowned. "No, this isn't my stunner, though I do have that too. This is a knitter." Knitting. The only kind I knew involved yarn and needles, something I dabbled in as a kid back on Zabria. I'd even read about it in Tasha's book, thrilled to find something familiar in human culture. But this was something else entirely. I thought maybe knitting could be something my future human wife and I might share, if I ever found one. "You knit?" I asked the pilot, feeling oddly hopeful as the words left my mouth. "Like actual sweaters?" "No," she said, holding up the sleek silver device in her hand. "This is a wound knit 8300. Just knit skin back together. Sit down and I can patch you up." She shielded her eyes from the sun, studying me with a slight squint. For a second I wished I had my hat to offer her, but it was still lying in the dirt where I'd left it, probably stained with blood. The last thing she needed was my mess. She leaned back slightly, sizing me up. "Yeah, you're definitely sitting height. How tall are you anyway?" "Not sure," I admitted. "Haven't been measured properly since I was a kid on Zabria." "Zabria?" Her gaze drifted past me, taking in the jagged peaks and endless sky. "But this isn't Zabria, is it?" "No. This is Zabria Prinar 1. The growl of an engine cut me off. The pilot lurched back toward her ship as Warden 10's slicer roared into view. A ridiculous urge hit me to grab her wrist and yank her close again. She just invited me to stay, and now she was retreating. 10 dismounted, stalking toward us with purpose. The pilot shoved her knitter into a pocket and drew her weapon in one smooth motion, leveling it at him. "Drop it," 10 snapped. He was a decent man, but the threat in his voice sent a jolt through me. Before I could think, I stepped between them, shielding her. "She's human," I blurted, standing directly in the line of his stunner. "Yeah, human, if that means anything to you," she called from behind me. 10's grip tightened. "Last human ship that landed here uninvited didn't come in peace," she scoffed. "All I want is to fix my ship and get off this rock. Trust me, you're not on my to-do list." She's telling the truth, I said, like I had any way of knowing. I didn't even understand what Ten was talking about. I saw her working on her engine panels. My sonic recalibrator's fried, she added. If you've got a spare, I'll pay for it or trade. See, no threat, I insisted. She just needs toast. Ten ignored me. We don't have tech like that here. I've got bread at home, I offered. I could make her toast. Ten's eyes flicked to the blood on my forehead. What happened to your face? I walked into a projectile. His stare sharpened. What was it that hit you? Did I say something hit me? I brushed blood from my brow. I meant I lost my footing. The warden gave me a long, unimpressed stare before exhaling sharply. Oaken, you're the worst liar I've ever met. I offered a guilty grin and twitched my tail. My apologies, warden. Honesty has never been my strong suit. Another sigh, deeper this time, weighed down by exhaustion. Fine, you're forgiven. His gaze shifted past me to the pilot. Are you by yourself? Silence. Maybe she was weighing the odds. The thought made my chest tight. She's not alone, I said firmly. She's got me. That seemed to ease her tension because after a brief pause she admitted, just me and my ship's bot, Lala. No weapons on board unless you count that wrench over there. She must have gestured because Warden Ten's eyes flicked toward it. He arched a brow at me. Let me guess, that's what you tripped over. I gave a half-hearted tail flick. Could be. All right, Oaken, you can stand down. I won't stun her. His voice dropped, dry with amusement. But if she decides to shoot me anyway, you'd better tackle her before I hit the ground. Before I could reply, the warden moved past me, lowering his stunner. I need you to drop the weapon, he said, softer now. He kept his own weapon at his side as he stepped closer. We don't usually have issues with humans here. Hell, I'm married to one. But this isn't your average planet, and in this territory, what I say goes. Her grip on the blaster tightened. What do you mean, not average? Her eyes darted to me, searching for confirmation. It warmed me, that instinctive trust, until I remembered it wouldn't last. Once she knew the truth, she'd never look at me the same way. This is Zabria Prinar 1, the warden said. A prison world for killers under Zabrian control. Just like that, she flinched back. The look she shot me was sharp enough to draw blood. So you're telling me, she snapped, voice climbing, I just crash-landed on a planet full of murderers, and you expect me to hand over my only weapon? I do, the warden replied, steady despite her panic. Only wardens carry blasters here. Everyone else follows the rules or faces the consequences. Only the wardens, inmates, their spouses, and authorized Empire contractors are permitted extended stays on this planet. Whether you disarm or not, you have to go now. I can't. Her voice cracked with desperation, sending a jolt through me. Instinctively, I stepped forward, but she reacted instantly, swinging her weapon toward me. Warden 10, however, had far less tolerance for threats aimed at his prisoners than at himself. Before she could even flick the safety off, his tail lashed out, snatching the stunner from her grip with terrifying speed. She gaped at the weapon now in his hand, shock giving way to fury. He's the one who told me to grab it in the first place, she spat, jabbing a finger in my direction. The warden shot me a look that screamed, of course you did, you idiot. Clearly, he's not thinking straight. It's just a cut, I snapped. It's not even bleeding anymore. I can't leave, she repeated, panic and anger warring in her voice. The part I need won't get here for 2 weeks, Warden 10 sighed. I can't authorize that kind of stay without Imperial clearance, which you won't get. If your ship's grounded, I'll arrange transport for you. The vessel can stay until you arrange retrieval. Like hell I'm abandoning my ship, she shot back, as if he'd asked her to ditch a limb. And I sure as stars can't afford a passenger fare plus a salvage tow. That costs twice what the repair does. I almost offered her my pitiful stash of credits, every last one, but even that wouldn't cover it. Still, an idea sparked, reckless and half-formed. Warden, I cut in, lowering my voice. Frowned as I edged closer. You said she can't stay. Only wardens, convicts, liaisons, and brides, I finished. His brows shot up. She's not a bride. Not yet. The words mine hovered unspoken. Beneath his hat, the warden's eyes widened, the whites flashing in disbelief. Warden 10 flicked his tail dismissively. She'd never agree to marry anyone here. She made it clear she only wants to leave. And I can't ask any of the single men to take on a temporary wife. That wouldn't be fair to them. I don't want you asking anyone else, I said quickly. In fact, don't. The thought of Zorro or some guy from another province marrying the stranded pilot twisted something inside me. Even when Magnolia picked Garrick over me, it hadn't hit me this hard. If she was going to marry anyone, even just for a little while, it had to be me. Oaken, I'll do it, the warden scoffed. You don't count, you're probably still seeing stars from that crash. I'm fine, and I do count. My eyes burned white as I held his gaze, determination coiling in my gut. The new marriage trial lasts 2 weeks, 14 days. That's exactly how long she needs to fix her ship. She could stay with me, and if she leaves after, it's no different than any other bride walking away. It's completely different, Warden 10 snapped. Brides can leave after the trial, sure, but they at least try to make it work. You're talking about a fake marriage, one we know will end the second her ship is ready. Does it matter if we both agree? I countered. The pilot, watching us warily, called out, "What's going on over there?" "You don't want to know," the warden muttered. "Come on, warden," I pressed, desperation creeping into my voice. "Maybe this is good for me, too. Practice living with a human wife before my real one arrives, if she ever does." Warden 10 sighed, his tone softening. "Oaken, have you thought about how this might actually hurt your chances later?" I frowned. "What do you mean?" He rubbed his jaw. "It's already going to be tough getting human women to consider you all, now that they know about the convict status. But you're the only one here who hasn't killed anyone. Yet you'd also be the only one rejected by 2 brides." The realization hit me like a punch. He was right. I might not be a murderer, but in their eyes, I was already guilty. And now I was volunteering to be left behind, again. Now I'd been left behind by 2 human women, even though Magnolia never actually knew me before she walked away. As far as I knew, none of the other guys had been rejected twice in a row like this. Any sensible woman would take one look at me and wonder what my deal was. Dangerous territory. Maybe too dangerous. But there she was, the pilot standing in the wreckage of her ship, furious and exposed in a way that clearly made her skin crawl. Like she'd spent her whole life refusing to be vulnerable, and now that she was, it burned. Something about that made me want to fix it, to prove that even in this lawless wasteland of exiled criminals, she wasn't completely alone. She had me. Honestly, if a woman would write me off because Magnolia picked Garrick, or because the next one bylaid after the trial period, then she wasn't the right one to begin with, I said, shrugging. I've never been interested in chasing someone who doesn't want me. I'll wait for the one who does. Even as I talked about some hypothetical future wife, my attention stayed locked on the pilot. The way her hair caught the dim light, the tight set of her jaw, those sharp human eyes sizing me up like I was either a threat or an idiot. Warden 10 noticed where I was looking and rubbed his jaw harder this time. "You sure about this?" he finally asked. "Absolutely. You're a stubborn one." I grinned. "You think anyone survives out here without being stubborn?" He exhaled, defeated, then clapped me on the shoulder with a rough hand. "Fine. Go propose to her before she finds another wrench to throw at you." My pulse kicked up. Propose to her. The human woman who looked like she'd rather set me on fire than talk to me. I couldn't help it, I was already moving. I kept my eyes on the 2 Zabrians, assuming that's what they were, after the whole penal colony for murderers speech. Oddly enough, the murderer part wasn't what had me on edge right now. No, it was the way they were huddled together, talking in low voices like they were negotiating something dangerous. The purple one, Warden 10, looked like a man who'd heard one too many bad ideas, his mouth pressed into a thin line under the shadow of his hat. The green one, though, total opposite. Broad shoulders, bright white eyes, grinning like he'd just won the lottery. If he were human, I'd assume he was either drunk or delusional. Then again, maybe he was. Nice guys weren't exactly common in the places I'd been. Suspicion was my default. These days survival meant keeping my guard up and my ship in my hands. Yet somehow, this stranger had dismantled my defenses in under 2 minutes, right before the warden arrived. He didn't even flinch when I'd cracked his face open with a reckless hammer throw during my earlier meltdown. Instead, he just stood there, grinning through the blood, telling me to grab my weapon so I'd feel more comfortable. What kind of lunatic does that? Now my suspicion was back in full force because, let's be honest, that wasn't normal. For all he knew, I could have been some deranged killer. I studied him as he spoke with the warden, their hushed exchange punctuated by the giant's frequent, unsettling glances in my direction. Of course they were talking about me. What else would they discuss after I'd barged into their bizarre little prison paradise uninvited? A penal colony where I couldn't even stay long enough to patch up the lavaria. Just my luck, Jaya. Should have aimed for one of the moons instead. I scowled at the annoyingly perfect sky like it had personally betrayed me. Landing here, surrounded by oversized convicts, was a mistake. Even if the warden in his ridiculous hat let me relocate, I was grounded until I fixed the fried connections in my ship's systems. And yet they expected me to walk away. Not happening. The Lavaria wasn't just a ship, she was my life. My home, my paycheck, my past, and my future all rolled into one. If the warden wanted me gone, he'd have to pry me off the hull. Granted, with those biceps straining against his sleeves, he probably could. Sure, I was strong from years of hauling cargo and wrenching on engines, but next to him and his unsettlingly cheerful green buddy, I looked like a twig. Didn't matter. No stunner, no backup plan, I wasn't leaving. Scraping together credits to retrieve her later wasn't an option. Without the Lavaria, I had nothing. And I'd fight like hell to keep her. I was about to protest by refusing to leave Lavaria's side when the two Zabrians suddenly seemed to reach an agreement. They both turned toward me, the warden with weary acceptance, the green-skinned one practically glowing with excitement. It was unsettling. Why was he grinning at me like that? "What's going on?" I called out, a chill running down my spine. No one, especially a convicted killer who couldn't stop studying my face, should look that thrilled. "I've got an offer for you," the green guy announced, practically bouncing as he jogged back to me. Despite his size, he moved with surprising speed, though I caught a slight hitch in his step, an old injury maybe. Or had my hammer done more damage than I thought? I filed the detail away, just in case I needed an advantage later. Because right now he looked like he was floating on pure euphoria. It wasn't natural. "An offer," I repeated, keeping my voice steady. "Yes." He stopped in front of me, that unnerving smile still stretched across his face. "Something is seriously wrong with this guy. Did I knock something loose in his head? It'll give you enough time to repair your ship." Wait, did I say something was wrong with him? Scratch that. This was the greatest possibly concussed alien murderer I'd ever met. "I could kiss you, you bizarre, green, mouse-eared lunatic." Seriously, my voice nearly broke. I hadn't cried in years, but the relief was so sharp it almost knocked the breath out of me. "How? What's the catch?" Warden 10 had joined us by then, and though his expression suggested he was bracing for disaster, I was too elated to care. The green Zabrian's grin widened, his pale eyes locked onto mine. "All you have to do," he said, "is marry me." Time froze. Green guy beamed. The warden winced. I glanced around, half expecting to spot a hidden camera crew waiting to jump out and yell "Gotcha." But there was nothing, just the three of us in this strange, breathtaking valley, those two words hanging in the air like smoke. Did he just... I turned to the warden, desperate for confirmation. "Yes," he said. "Marry," 10 sighed. "And no, you're not getting your weapon back." "Oh, my apologies," the green guy added quickly. "This is all going horribly wrong," he muttered. "Thank God," I blurted out before I could stop myself. For a second there, I thought. But I didn't get to finish, because in one terrifyingly smooth motion, The towering Zabrian in front of me dropped to one knee. He fumbled in his pocket for a second before pulling out what looked like a massive, dark metal hoop, something closer to a bracelet than any ring I'd ever seen. The way he held it up, equal parts nervous and hopeful, sent a fresh wave of panic through me. And that was saying something, considering I'd already been stripped of my weapons. The situation was spiraling from bizarre to downright surreal. Then, as if things couldn't get any stranger, he took a deep breath and said, with the kind of solemnity usually reserved for royal decrees, "Will you marry me?" I rubbed my eyes so hard I saw stars. When I looked again, nothing had changed. Still kneeling, still holding that ridiculous ring, still proposing. "How the hell did you even have this ready?" I choked out. It wasn't the right size, sure, but the fact that he'd been carrying it around at all was insane. Nobody knew I was coming. Hell, I didn't even know I'd be here. Why was I even asking questions? Just say no and get out of here. "Oh," he said, glancing at the ring like he'd forgotten it was in his hand. "I've had this prepared for a while, waiting for the right human bride." "Waiting for the right human bride," I echoed, my voice flat. "What, do women just drop out of the sky here on the regular? And then you all just, what, strong-arm them into marriage because nobody in their right mind would say yes otherwise?" A low growl from the warden cut in. "That's enough." "Is it?" I snapped. This guy had a damn proposal ring on him before I even got here. Had they been tracking me? Was this whole thing planned? My pulse hammered in my throat. How was I supposed to walk away from this? "The ring wasn't meant for you specifically," the Zabrian admitted, his smile finally slipping. "But I know human customs often involve them. I just wanted to be ready, in case the opportunity arose. To trap some stranded human," my voice cracked. "You think just because my ship's wrecked I'm going to throw my life away and marry a complete stranger, a convicted murderer no less?" With a sigh, he pushed himself back to his feet, shooting the warden a look that screamed help. "This isn't going how I imagined." "Interactions with human women rarely do," Warden 10 said dryly. Then turning to me, he added, "I know Oaken's request seems unusual, but he's trying to do you a favor. The rules here are clear. Only convicts, Zabrian employees, or human brides can stay. If you want time to repair your ship, marriage is your only option." His expression softened with sympathy, but his tone left no room for debate as he finished. "Otherwise, you'll have to go." Oaken studied the human woman, noting the frustration in her expression. He couldn't blame her. Unlike the others who had willingly come seeking marriage, she was here out of necessity. "I already told you I'm not abandoning my ship," she snapped, locking eyes with Warden 10, defiance burning in her gaze, brave as well as striking. It was impossible not to admire her. "Then you understand the terms," Warden 10 replied, his tail flicking impatiently. She scoffed. "So to save my ship, the only home I've ever had, I have to shack up with some alien felon. Perfect." "It wouldn't be forever," Oaken interjected quickly. "Human brides can leave after 2 weeks. That should give you enough time for repairs, and for what it's worth, I'm not actually a killer," she arched a brow. "But you were convicted. I was present when the crime happened. I didn't cooperate with the authorities." "Accessory then, charming." She rubbed her eyes, exhaustion creeping in. "Is the dust irritating you?" Oaken asked, stepping closer, concern lacing his voice. But she immediately retreated, putting distance between them. The rejection stung, though he knew he deserved it. Why would she want anything to do with him? She was brilliant, resourceful, someone who had traveled the stars while he'd been trapped in this place. All he had to offer was a simple metal ring and a humble life. Still, he held it out. "My name is Oaken," he said softly. "I may be a prisoner here, but I do my best to be a good man. I don't have much, no fortune, no ship parts, but I can give you shelter, food, and time. The time you need to fix your ship." He gestured toward the vessel with his tail. Her gaze followed, lingering on the battered hull. The anger and defiance faded, replaced by something softer, longing. For the first time, she looked at her ship not with frustration, but with quiet determination. The intensity in her gaze hit me like a punch to the chest. those dark eyes brimming with something between devotion and despair. It was the kind of love that carved itself so deep, pulling it free would leave scars. And damn if I didn't feel it too, that ache echoing through me like second-hand heartbreak. Not that I was the one drowning in it, of course. Just a bystander caught in the emotional crossfire. Absolutely not holding my breath to keep from disturbing a single strand of her hair, because why would I care that much about preserving her exactly as she was? And I definitely wasn't staring like she'd hung the stars, even though, let's be honest, she might as well have. My pulse sure as hell wasn't hammering so hard it felt like my ribs might crack. Nope. None of that, but I still wanted her to say yes, to me. Even if it was temporary, even if it was all pretend. She didn't say yes, but she didn't say no either. Instead, she lifted those sorrowful eyes to mine and said, quiet but clear, "My name is Jaya." Jaya, this was either the dumbest decision of my life or the most reckless, maybe both. But when Oaken proposed marriage, I didn't immediately shut him down. First, I needed proof he wasn't running some backwoods horror show. I asked to see his place, meet the other women. Call me paranoid, but I wasn't about to sign up for life as someone's livestock. Surprisingly, Oaken agreed without hesitation. Even the warden, a guy who looked like he'd rather chew rocks than compromise, offered to introduce me to his wife, Tasha. That had to count for something, right? And then there was Oaken himself. Green. Like literally green. Hair black, eyes white, and a nasty gash on his forehead, but the rest. Like he'd been dunked in emerald paint. Maybe it was a sign, or maybe the thin mountain air had finally fried my brain. Next thing I knew, I was clinging to the back of the warden's hoverbike, his so-called slicer, zipping through jagged peaks toward Oaken's land. I'd expected Oaken to ride with us, injury or not, but he'd muttered something about fetching Nolly and taken off on foot. Watching him shrink in the distance through the helmet's visor, guilt gnawed at me. Meanwhile, Lala had tucked herself into a tight little sphere in my pocket, her spindly legs folded away. She'd bolted from the ship and latched onto me before I could even think of leaving her behind. Not that I would've. Lala was the only person I truly trusted in this place. If things went south, she could make it back to the ship and attempt to send a distress signal. Even with her by my side, unease gnawed at me. I'd promised myself I wouldn't leave the Lavaria, and I'd meant it. No off-world trips unless it was aboard her. Yet here I was, barely a stone's throw away, and my stomach was already in knots. The ride didn't last long. The slicer was quick, weaving through jagged peaks before dropping into a sprawling valley, green and alive. Nestled among the grass were sturdy wooden buildings, homes split by a winding creek, a barn, storage sheds, and fenced pastures where shadowy shapes moved. At least there were no cages holding captive women. Small mercies. "Welcome," Warden 10 announced as the engine hummed to silence. "This is Oaken's land. He's lived here since he was a boy." I ripped off the helmet. "A boy? I thought this was a prison planet." He took the helmet from me, his tone flat. "It is. Great. So Oaken wasn't just some criminal. He'd been dumped here as a kid, probably for something he didn't even do." I twisted in my seat, scanning the horizon, but he still hadn't caught up. "All the convicts arrived as children," 10 continued, offering a hand. I ignored it, sliding off the slicer on my own. "That doesn't help," I muttered. "If anything, it's worse." His tail flicked in a shrug. "Better than the mines. Most have accepted their fate, especially now with the bride program." I scoffed. Suddenly, Oaken's desperate proposal made perfect sense. Stuck here his whole life, exiled from everything he knew, no women in sight, no wonder he'd looked at me like I was the answer to every prayer. The guilt twisted harder. "Siller, Fallen, Garrick, they'd all say they're happy now," 10 added. I raked a hand through my damp hair. "And what about you? You mentioned you're married to a human too." For the first time since we'd met, Warden 10's stern expression softened into a genuine smile. The shift was so unexpected. his usual commanding presence melting into something warm and almost boyish that it took me a second to process. "Are you asking if marriage has made me happy?" he said, amusement threading his voice. I shrugged. "Yeah, basically." His grin deepened, his orange eyes flickering with something bright and unguarded. "I don't think there's a luckier man alive." 10. A woman's voice cut through the moment, pulling my attention away from the shock of his answer. I never would have guessed the warden was the type to get all mushy over love, yet here he was, looking downright smitten as a human woman rushed toward us. And honestly, I got it. His wife was stunning tall, with sunlit blonde hair, curves that could stop traffic, and warm brown eyes that locked onto mine with instant concern. "Hey, I'm Tasha," she said breathlessly. "Are you okay? We saw your ship go down." 10 bolted the second he spotted it. Her kindness was disarming. "Yeah, that was me," I admitted. "No injuries, but my ship's seen better days. Nothing I can't patch up, though." "Oh, good," she sighed in relief. "What do you need for repairs?" Before I could answer, Lala wriggled out of my pocket and perched on my shoulder. "A sonic recalibrator," she chirped. "Estimated delivery time 2 weeks minimum." Warden 10 crossed his arms. "She can't stay that long." Tasha's eyebrows shot up. "Why not? Of course she can." "Well," he hedged, "she can, if she accepts Oaken's proposal." Tasha's expression iced over in half a second. "Proposal," she repeated, voice dangerously calm. "His idea, not mine," 10 added quickly. "Oh, I'll blame you both." She snapped, hands flying to her hips. "This woman's sorry. What's your name?" "Jaya. Jaya crashes here stranded, and your brilliant solution is to marry her off. Seriously." "Finally, someone sane," I muttered under my breath. Lala gave an approving nod. "Tasha demonstrates superior reasoning skills. A fortunate encounter." I couldn't agree more. Not only was it a relief to have another human around, but watching Tasha put her husband in his place. That told me everything I needed to know about this place. And her watching her tear into him was oddly satisfying, especially after the whole "surrender your weapon and leave my planet" act he'd pulled on me earlier. Sure, he might have been the big shot warden around here, but it was obvious who really called the shots. "There's no loophole here," Warden 10 told his wife, looking downright miserable under her glare. "Imperial law is clear. No outsiders stay without approval. The only exceptions are brides or official liaisons like you." Tasha crossed her arms. "Then make her a temp liaison. I could train her for 2 weeks, then she resigns. Problem solved." The warden shook his head. "I can't just invent positions, but I can approve marriages. If she weds Oaken, she stays legally for the trial period. No questions asked." Tasha's anger flickered, replaced by concern. "And Oaken, that doesn't seem fair to him." "His idea, not mine," the warden muttered. I argued against it, but he wouldn't budge. Wait, he tried to talk Oaken out of it. That was new. No wonder they'd been whispering earlier. The realization hit me. I'd been so focused on my own mess that I hadn't stopped to think about what this meant for him. Why was this such a raw deal for Oaken? Was it any worse than what I was signing up for? "Come inside," Tasha said, nodding toward the smaller cabin across the stream. "Magnolia's got lunch ready. And you don't need a ring on your finger to eat, right?" 10. She shot her husband a look that dared him to disagree. "Fine," he grumbled. "Just as I thought we were in the clear," he added under his breath. "But she's gone by nightfall unless she's married. Empire's rules, not mine." Oaken Nolly's insistence on alternating between walking and being carried slowed us down, stretching the trip home into an eternity. With every step, dread coiled tighter in my chest. What if Jaya was already gone? Like she'd been nothing but a mirage. When I finally arrived and saw no sign of her, the fear nearly swallowed me whole. Maybe she'd chosen exile over binding herself to me. But the warden's speeder still sat parked outside, a thread of hope. After settling Nolly in her pen, I rushed to my cabin only to find it empty. Then voices snagged my attention. Magnolia, Tasha, the warden, and Jaya were stepping out of the neighbor's place. My eyes locked onto Jaya. She was still here. For now I stood motionless, the tall grass brushing against my boots as she approached with the group. Maybe she felt me watching because her head snapped up suddenly. Our eyes locked, and she stopped dead in her tracks, just as I had. Damn, she was stunning. I'd never been much for drawing, but right then, I wished I could capture her exactly like this, bathed in golden sunlight, framed by the rustling field. Just so I could hold on to the moment longer than our 2-week arrangement would allow. Pathetic, really. I was definitely an idiot, and there wasn't a damn thing I could do about it. "Oaken, perfect timing," Warden 10 called, spotting me. "Get over here, Jaya's got news for you." The mention of her name kick-started my legs into action. Even with the lingering stiffness, I closed the gap between us fast. "Let's not dance around it," Jaya said the second I reached them. She sucked in a quick breath, bracing herself. "I'm accepting your proposal. My ship is my life. If pretending to be your wife is what it takes to keep her, then fine. 2 weeks technically married, that's the deal." Her gaze dropped. "Sorry about the hammer and for being a jerk earlier. I know this is my only shot at staying. And I know you didn't have to stick your neck out for me. Truth, I'd be completely screwed without you, so, thanks. What made you change your mind?" My voice came out rougher than I expected, like I'd been shouting for hours. "Magnolia talked some sense into me," Jaya said, nodding toward Garrick's wife. "Oh, I sang your praises all right," Magnolia chimed in, flashing her crooked grin. "Told her how you pulled me out of a scrape back in the day. Might V even said if I'd met you first. Garrick would skin you alive if he heard that," Warden 10 cut in, glancing around nervously. "Relax, they're out fixing fences," Magnolia said, rolling her eyes. "Besides, he adores Oaken. Calls him the only decent man on this rock. So Jaya, you're in good hands, and honestly, it'll be nice having another woman around after Tasha leaves." Jaya shifted uncomfortably. "Appreciate it, but I'll be staying on my ship." "Your ship?" I blinked. "Alone in the middle of nowhere." "Obviously," she said, frowning. "It's been my home for 20 years. I don't even remember the last time I slept anywhere else." "Mountains are crawling with Jenka," Warden 10 muttered. "And worse," I added, my gut twisting at the thought. Jaya crossed her arms, her dark eyes flashing with determination. "That's exactly why I should stay with my ship. Someone's gotta watch over everything. Don't worry, I'll secure the hatches properly." Warden 10 clapped his hands together. "You two can figure out the logistics later. Right now, we've got a wedding to start." Wedding. My wedding. The words sent an electric jolt through me, even though I knew this was all just for show. My pulse hammered in my throat, my skin tingling with restless energy. My tail coiled so tightly around my belt hook I worried it might snap. "Where should we do it?" Tasha asked Jaya. I leaned in, studying her face. "Yeah, where?" Even if this was temporary, I wanted her to feel good about it. Jaya shrugged, her toned shoulders lifting in an easy motion. "Outside works. Doesn't matter much to me. Outside, perfect. Open air, no walls, just space to breathe." Magnolia tilted her head. "Do you want something special to wear?" "I don't have a dress, but I could scrounge something up." No, I'm fine," Jaya cut in quickly. "No fancy gown, no time to make one, but maybe I could find something better." "Wait here," I blurted, already sprinting off before anyone could stop me. Warden 10 shouted after me, but I was gone, racing toward the far edge of the property, my feet pounding against the dirt. I swore I'd seen something there earlier. Then there. A single golden bloom, its petals delicate as morning light. I knelt, careful not to crush it, and sliced the stem clean with my claws. When I returned, panting, Warden 10 scowled. "Where in the stars did you disappear to?" "Sorry," I gasped, clutching my side. My lungs, always weak as a kid, had gotten stronger since coming to Zabria Prinar 1, but they still betrayed me sometimes. And right now, my heart was trying to punch its way out of my chest. I just needed to get this. I held out the flower. Jaya's eyebrows shot up. Magnolia beamed. "Oh, that's sweet, Oaken." "I know it's not enough," I admitted between breaths. "Should be a whole bundle, a wedding bundle, but I didn't want to stuff this little thing in with a bunch of others." A bouquet, Tasha murmured. Brides usually carry a whole arrangement of flowers down the aisle. My ears burned. Right, sorry, guess I didn't read that part right. Read what? Jaya asked. Tasha chuckled. It's a guidebook, Human Customs, Biology, Traditions. I wrote it to help Zabrians adjust before their brides arrived. She gave me an encouraging look. I'll tweak the bouquet section, make it clearer. Magnolia grinned. Don't sweat it. One flower's plenty romantic. Tasha was putting together a guide for the human women, focusing on Zabrian men. I haven't gotten very far with it yet, Jaya, Tasha admitted. But I can definitely share what I've got so far. Jaya gave a vague nod, though she didn't seem particularly interested. Maybe because she wouldn't be sticking around long enough to need it. Still, she seemed to appreciate the flower I'd brought her. She traced the edges of the petals with her fingers, then leaned in to breathe in its scent, her dark lashes fluttering shut. I would have brought more, I murmured, if I'd found them. I wished I could have gathered enough to make her a proper bridal bouquet. No, wait. That wasn't the word Tasha had used. I winced, correcting myself as Jaya opened her eyes again. If I'd had more, I would have made you a proper booty cake, Jaya blinked. A what? A wedding booty cake, I repeated louder this time, remembering human hearing wasn't as sharp as ours. A big, beautiful one just for you. Magnolia nearly choked on her laughter. Oaken, please, she gasped. You can't just say that. I didn't understand why everyone found this so funny. Tasha was practically wheezing into her hands, and Warden 10 just rolled his eyes. But then Jaya started laughing too, not holding back, not hiding it. She laughed with her whole body, head thrown back, the sound deep and warm. And suddenly nothing else mattered. If making her laugh like that meant stumbling over words 100 more times, I'd do it gladly. Sorry, Jaya said, wiping her eyes. Wow, I haven't laughed that hard in forever. She tried to compose herself, but amusement still danced in her gaze. Thank you, Oaken. This little booty cake is unexpectedly sweet. Instead of holding it, she tucked the stem behind her ear, the petals fanning out like a tiny golden halo. It was lovely, but nothing compared to her. Ready? She asked, tilting her head. Ready for what? She exhaled, lifting her hands like she was letting go of something heavy. To get married, she said. My pulse roared in my ears. I answered, hearing Magnolia's emotional story about how Oaken had risked his life for her, only to step aside when she fell for someone else, was enough to make me reconsider him. But the way he obsessively worried over my wedding cake, or as he called it, the booty cake, was what really tipped the scales. 99% weirdo, 100% sweetheart. The image of him limping through the mountains, heartbroken yet still selfless, stuck with me. Most people would turn bitter after that kind of pain, but not Oaken. He was still kind, still willing to help me, a stranger, without expecting anything in return. That kind of goodness was rare, and honestly, it was kind of breathtaking, which made it even more ridiculous that I was standing here, about to marry him after knowing him for less than a day. Me, who never even wanted to get married. The warden's deep voice echoed through the room as he recited the Zabrian vows, and I snuck another glance at Oaken. No sweat, no nerves, just pure, unsettling calm. Either Zabrians didn't sweat or he was just that unshakable. Now that the cake crisis was over, he looked serene and annoyingly attractive. My face heated up and I forced my gaze back to the warden. Then came the worst part. Now for the human tradition, Warden 10 announced. The kiss. My stomach dropped. Wait, is that really mandatory? The warden cut in. Every cross-species wedding I've officiated includes it. Oaken, of course, was thrilled. I have studied this ritual extensively, he said, way too eagerly. It's not about technique, I blurted, my throat suddenly dry. The real problem, I wasn't shy, I just hadn't expected to actually feel anything about this. And now, staring at him, I wasn't so sure. Romance had never been my thing. Too much effort, too many expectations. My love life was a string of fleeting moments, quick encounters with strangers as I hopped between planets aboard the Lavaria. So what was one kiss in the grand scheme of things? And if you're okay with it, Oaken rumbled, his voice rough around the edges, this could be good practice for. For what? My voice cracked. Seriously, could I at least get a drink first? My next wedding. Right. Obviously. While I was all about temporary arrangements, Oaken was clearly the type who believed in fairy tale endings. He still wanted that forever kind of love, even after our sham of a marriage. And considering how much he was doing for me, the least I could do was humor him. Just one kiss. It wasn't like it meant anything, certainly not compared to the legal mess we just signed up for. Yeah, sure, I said, nodding so fast I nearly gave myself whiplash. As if sensing my impending neck disaster, Oaken's hand slid to the back of my throat, his palm warm and rough against my skin. His fingers tangled in my hair, his thumb pressing lightly over my pulse. Then just once he stroked that spot so gently I almost thought I imagined it, which made no sense at all because suddenly heat pooled low in my stomach. "Is this okay?" he murmured. "I read about it in a book." "The book has illustrations," I managed, my words stumbling. His touch was doing something weird to my brain, like he'd cast some kind of charm. A very inconvenient one. "Very detailed ones," he replied, his voice deeper than before. Somewhere in the background I caught Magnolia muttering, "Oh, here we go." "They are informative," Tasha chimed in. But the rest of their conversation was lost under the roar of my own heartbeat. Oaken leaned in, his face, all sharp emerald angles and starlit eyes filling my vision. Even his mouth was annoyingly perfect, full but not overly soft. Not that I was thinking about how it would feel against mine, because this wasn't real. None of it mattered. And yet my hands moved on their own, one resting on his shoulder, the other against his cheek. I figured I owed him some practice for when he eventually found a wife, right? It wasn't fair to just stand there like a statue while he fumbled through his first kiss. The guy had never even touched lips with anyone before, and I'd already clocked him with a hammer earlier. The least I could do was meet him halfway when he was trying so hard. My gaze flicked to the dried blood on his forehead. I never got the chance to stitch him up or even clean the wound. "Oaken," I murmured, guilt tightening my chest. "Your head," his mouth cut me off. Not in a rough way, just soft, hesitant, like he wasn't sure how much pressure to use. The warmth of his lips sent a jolt through me, and before I could think, I was leaning into it. His bare shoulder tensed under my fingers, and I heard the shaky breath he let out when I kissed him back. His hand, which had been hanging awkwardly at his side, suddenly gripped my hip, fingers pressing in. My body reacted instantly, nipples tightening, heat pooling low in my stomach. Seriously, a kiss from a clueless alien virgin was doing this to me. But then came the unmistakable click of Lala's camera. I jerked back, cheeks burning. "Lala," I hissed, "why are you taking pictures?" She hovered in the air, her usual spot in my pocket abandoned. "Documenting the conclusion of your wedding rites," she replied, way too calm for someone who just invaded a private moment. The camera flashed again. "Okay, we're done," I snapped, stepping away from Oaken. I expected him to let go immediately, but his hands lingered, one still tangled in my hair, the other gripping my hip like he wasn't ready to release me. His thumb brushed my throat, slow and deliberate this time, sending another wave of heat through me. Then, just like that, he dropped his hands. "You are now officially wed," Warden 10 announced. Magnolia clapped, grinning. "Do we say congrats? I don't know the protocol here, but yay." "Yay," I echoed weakly, my pulse still racing. Lala, who had apparently retired from wedding photography for the day, scurried up my leg and nestled into my pocket. "Still in the mood for toast." Oaken's voice was gruff, like gravel underfoot. "Wait, what?" "Toast," he said again, slower this time. "You want some?" I blinked. Had I mentioned toast earlier? "No, I'm good." Magnolia's lunch was plenty. When I turned to face him, the afternoon sun made me squint, just in time to see him holding up that metal ring again. A ring exchange, he said, his voice low and intense, eyes locked onto mine through the circle. I don't have one for you, I admitted, taking the heavy ring from him. Doesn't matter, he murmured, his gaze flickering to my lips before he abruptly turned away. Got work to do. Oh, right, yeah. The guy was basically running a ranch single-handedly. No wonder he had a mile-long to-do list, and here I was, eating up his time. Stick to the fenced areas if you're alone, he added, glancing back at me. Magnolia can help if you need anything. Absolutely, Magnolia chirped, grabbing my hand. Got it, I mumbled. Being around Oaken still turned my brain to mush, and now that he was walking away, my ability to form coherent sentences wasn't improving. I let myself watch him go, his broad shoulders, the way his dark hair swayed with each step, the effortless way his tail hooked onto his belt to keep it from dragging. And then there was the rest of him. Good Lord, that was not just a backside, it was a masterpiece. Was there some kind of alien cowboy gym regimen I didn't know about? Did he spend his free time hauling entire barns uphill? Because the man was built like a damn sculpture. My gaze dropped lower, taking in his tree-trunk thighs and calves that looked like they could crush boulders. Even his boots suddenly seemed unfairly attractive. Want a tour? Magnolia's voice snapped me out of my very inappropriate thoughts. I jerked like I'd been caught doing something scandalous. Yes, please. Anything to stop staring at Oaken's unfairly perfect anatomy. Magnolia squeezed my hand, reminding me I was still clutching his ring. I lifted it, running my thumb over the cool, dark metal. It felt heavy, like a promise. The weight of the bangle felt solid in my palm, its circular shape flawlessly crafted. Whoever made this had poured hours into perfecting it, probably Oaken himself. I imagined him hunched over a forge, dark eyebrows knitted in focus as he shaped the metal. Maybe he dreamed of giving it to someone special someday. Guilt prickled at me for keeping it, but I slid it onto my wrist anyway, where it fit like it was meant to be there. Right then I made a silent promise. I'd help Oaken become the kind of man who'd sweep someone off their feet. Sure, I was technically his wife now, but my real job, turning him into the most charming guy on the planet, a certified expert in romance. He had Tasha's book, sure, but clearly there were still gaps in his knowledge, like the fact that this was a bracelet, not a ring. Though to be fair, bangles could be wedding tokens too. My mom had owned a pair, not that I remembered them well. Or her, for that matter. As Oaken shrank into the horizon of his sprawling ranch, the bracelet glinted in the sunlight, a quiet reminder of the strange turn my life had taken. Meanwhile, Magnolia and Jaya had wandered off to explore, leaving just Ten and me in the clearing where the ceremony had happened. I crossed my arms, shooting him a look. You do realize kissing wasn't mandatory, right? I said. Humans don't need it to make a marriage official. And Zabrians definitely don't, considering you didn't even know what a kiss was until Cherry's wedding. Ten didn't flinch, his orange eyes steady. I know. Then why force them? Because they needed it, I scoffed. Needed it? What's that supposed to mean? He tipped his hat back, gazing at the sunset-tinted peaks. A kiss, he said, like he was revealing some grand secret, can alter a man's destiny in a single moment. Oh, please, I rolled my eyes. It's just lips touching. The only time it's that life-changing is if the right two people do it at the right time. A slow, knowing grin spread across his face. Exactly, I blinked. Wait, what? Admit it, Tasha, he said, voice low. You felt it too. Otherwise, you would have put up a fight during the ceremony, but you didn't say a word. Heat flooded my cheeks. He had me there. Why hadn't I protested when it mattered? I could have spared Jaya from feeling uncomfortable, but honestly, that kiss didn't look awkward at all. It was tender, intense, and downright enchanting. Damn it. You know just as well as I do how powerful a kiss can be, Ten whispered, his fingers gently cradling my face as he guided me back against a wooden fence post. His lips barely grazed mine as he murmured, and you know I'm right. I could feel his smirk before he added, like always. I had plenty to say about his cocky little remark, except his mouth was on mine before I could argue. His kisses were deep, hungry, leaving me breathless and speechless, my thoughts scattering like leaves in the wind. Oak and I hadn't lied about the chores piling up, but truthfully, my most urgent task was dealing with the relentless ache between my legs before it became impossible to ignore. It had been years since I'd lost control like this in broad daylight. Usually, it only happened in dreams, tangled in sheets, imagining human hands and whispered words. But Jaya was different. My wife. Just the thought sent a jolt of heat straight through me. I barely made it behind a tree before my body took over, spilling without so much as a touch. 14 days suddenly seemed like both an eternity and not nearly enough. As I stroked the last tremors of pleasure from my oversensitive flesh, all I could think about was getting back to her, hearing her laugh, seeing that teasing glint in her eyes. But responsibilities didn't wait. The herd needed checking, the fences needed mending. With a reluctant sigh, I adjusted my clothes and got to work. Jaya Magnolia was the perfect guide, brimming with energy as she led me across both her land and Oaken's. She handed me a hat like hers, and together we wandered through fields and past enclosures. She pointed out the massive bracu with their towering antlers, the sturdy Shuldu mounts with their stubby tails, and one tiny, pink creature that looked like something out of a fairy tale. "That's Nolly," Magnolia said, stretching up on her toes to peek into the Gordu's pen. "She's the only one of her kind here." "An orphan?" I asked, surprised. "Oaken found her alone in the mountains," she explained, resting her chin on the fence. "Her mother didn't survive." I shook my head, half smiling. "Does he make a habit of rescuing strays, first Nolly, now me?" Magnolia burst into laughter. "Hopefully this one won't need as much attention as Nolly did," Magnolia said, scratching the creature behind its ears. "Oaken spent weeks feeding her every few hours, and he's the one who hauled all these rocks into her pen, wanted her to practice climbing like a proper mountain Gordu. Wait, he moved these himself." I stared at the massive boulders, some taller than me. The idea seemed impossible. "Carried them, actually," Magnolia corrected. "On his back." "But didn't he just recover from a broken foot?" I winced, imagining him struggling under the weight of Zabrian stone while still injured. Over lunch, she told me how his accident had delayed their reunion when she first arrived. "It's been a few months," she admitted, "but I know it still bothers him. He was up in the peaks when it happened, and hiking back probably made it worse." I sighed. My medkit only had basic healing tech, nothing strong enough to fix old damage. "He really needs to stop lifting rocks," I muttered. Magnolia nodded as Nolly nudged her hand for more scratches. "I've tried giving him gentler exercises, but he won't listen. That's just Oaken, always putting everyone else first, even when it's stupid." She paused, then added, "Not that he is stupid. The man devours books when he's not playing mountain goat babysitter." "He reads," I blinked. Somehow, I hadn't pictured my hulking alien husband curled up with a novel. Then again, I also hadn't expected him to hand-rear a neon-pink space ungulate. After the tour outside, Magnolia led me to his cabin. I hesitated at the door. It felt intrusive without him there, but she just rolled her eyes. "You're his wife. This is your place too now." I followed her inside, half expecting to find something bizarre, like a collection of preserved alien skulls. Instead, the closets overflowed with quilts, and the bed was buried under a mountain of blankets. Typical Oaken, more soft-hearted than his rough exterior suggested, the kitchen was warm and inviting, with a sturdy brick oven taking up one corner, surrounded by well-worn pots and stacks of ceramic plates. A narrow staircase led down to a root cellar, its cool air drifting up through the open door. Magnolia showed me the outhouse behind the cottage, and as dusk settled in, she walked me through the pantry supplies. Cooking hadn't been part of the deal, but after Oaken went out of his way to marry me, purely as a favor, I figured peeling vegetables was a small way to return the kindness. I was elbow deep in some knobby purple Zabrian root when an unfamiliar voice called from outside. "Magnolia, Garrick's looking for you. You in there?" The door swung open, revealing a kid. A literal Zabrian child, barely taller than Magnolia but dwarfed by Oaken and Warden 10. My stomach twisted. A kid in a prison colony full of killers. Then it hit me, Oaken had been brought here as a child too, which meant this scrawny, bare-chested boy with shock-white hair and eerie glowing eyes had blood on his hands. His gaze locked onto me, then sharpened into a glare that might have been comical if not for the context. "Hooray you," he demanded, instantly wedging himself between Magnolia and me. It took half a second to understand why. I was still holding the peeling knife. This wiry little thing was ready to take a blade for her. No hesitation, just like Oaken shielding me from the warden's gun earlier. "Killian," Magnolia scolded, "manners, step aside." He didn't budge. I carefully set the knife down, palms up. "I'm Jaya," I said, wiping my hands on my apron. "Oaken's, well, his wife, for now." The words sent an odd flutter through my ribs. Killian's gasp was so dramatic I half expected him to faint. "Oaken got married," he shrieked, whipping his head between us. "And nobody told me." Magnolia ruffled his hair. "It was sudden, kiddo, just temporary. Jaya's fixing her ship. You'll be front row at his real wedding someday." Real. The word hung in the air like a promise, or a lie. The weight in my chest grew heavier, sinking like a stone. Magnolia's words weren't wrong, not even a little. I wasn't his real wife. That ceremony had been nothing more than a performance. The real thing, the one where he'd pledge his life to someone he truly loved, would happen long after I'd disappeared. But for some reason, that thought didn't bring the relief it should have. Killian didn't seem comforted either. "I can't believe I missed the wedding," he wailed, flopping into a chair like his bones had turned to jelly. Apparently, the threat of me attacking Magnolia with a kitchen knife had completely slipped his mind. I was supposed to hold the tablet. Magnolia shot me a quick glance before turning back to him. "Sweetheart, the warden was actually here this time. He and Tasha left right after the vows, so we didn't need anyone to hold a screen." Killian let out another dramatic groan, slumping so far back in his chair he was practically horizontal. It was strange. I actually felt bad for him. Missing a fake wedding shouldn't have mattered, but here he was, devastated. I had no clue how to cheer up a kid, but I had to try something. Lala, ever the problem solver, was already on it. She slipped from my pocket, skittered down my leg, and planted herself at Killian's feet. "I have pictures from the wedding," she announced. The sudden sound of her voice made him yelp, launching himself off the chair and landing in an awkward crouch. "What is that?" he demanded, eyes wide as he reached out with his tail. Lala smacked it away with one of her spindly limbs. "That's my first mate," I said. "She's part of the ship, but also not." "That's ridiculous," Killian huffed. "I wasn't built to make sense to Zabrian children," Lala shot back, her tone sweet despite the bite in her words. "But I was built to take pictures, so if you want to see them, sit still and listen." "Wow," Magnolia muttered as Killian actually shut up and plopped down. "Yeah," I whispered back. "She bosses me around too. Honestly, I wouldn't have survived losing my aunt without her." Lala's programming included human psychology, grief, coping mechanisms, all of it. She'd been Aunt Anjali's before she was mine, and in her own way she understood loss. But she never let me drown in it. She nagged me until I ate, showered, and clawed my way back to something resembling normal. Magnolia studied me, curiosity flickering in her gaze, like she wanted to ask more. Lala's curved back glowed under the screen's light, displaying the intimate moment between Oaken and me. The heat rushed to my cheeks as I saw our kiss from this unfamiliar perspective. There we were, looking every bit like two people completely lost in each other. Oaken's broad frame pressed against mine, his hands gripping my jaw and waist with unmistakable intensity. My head tilted back, surrendering to his touch in a way that made my pulse race. Maybe not the best content for kids," I muttered, flustered. Lala, skip to the next one. The image flickered, now showing me mid-turn, my face scrunched in disapproval as I glared at the camera. But Oaken, his gaze never wavered. While I'd been scolding Lala, he had been watching me the whole time. Killian's sharp voice cut through the moment. I thought this wasn't a real wedding. He shot Magnolia and me an accusing look. What's up, kiddo? Magnolia asked, unfazed. Killian stomped his foot and jabbed a finger at the screen. He's looking at her like Garrick looks at you. His eyes are white. And they're never white, I blinked. What do you mean never white? That's literally their color, just like yours. My eyes are brown, Killian huffed, sounding personally insulted despite the obvious paleness of his irises. Like magnolias with gold in the middle. Right, sure, that's great, I said slowly, deciding not to argue with a kid about his own reflection. But Magnolia only made it weirder when she nodded. He's not wrong. No Zabrian has white eyes. Exactly. Killian crossed his arms, his very much white eyes burning with indignation. I leaned toward Magnolia, lowering my voice. Am I being pranked right now? She laughed. It's a lot to take in. Did Tasha send you the briefing yet? Nope, still waiting. Here, she pulled out her comms tablet. I'll add you to the group. A notification flashed. Magnolia Jones added Jaya to the group. Seconds later, the chat name changed to Cocktail Hour. Messages poured in. Cherry Dawson, Cocktail Hour. Love it. Darcy Dubois, sending cocktail emoji and tentacle emoji. Because why not? Darcy Dubois also welcomed Jaya. No idea who you are, but cheers. Tasha Wallace, hey Jaya, Jaya, thanks. Magnolia Jones, Jaya's my new friend. Also technically married to Oaken, for now. Cherry Dawson, wait, what? Darcy Dubois chimed in on the tablet comms. Cherry and I both need answers here. Tasha Wallace responded. Jaya had some engine trouble and crash-landed near Oaken's place in the mountains. Zabrian regulations say she can't stick around for repairs unless she ties the knot, so Oaken stepped up. She'll be staying with us on Zabria Prinar 1 for the 2-week trial marriage while her ship gets fixed. Cherry Dawson's reply was immediate. Oh my God. Darcy fired back. Oh please, Oaken selflessly volunteered. Yeah, right, Jaya typed. What's that supposed to mean? Darcy didn't hold back. That man's been desperate for a wife. Magnolia Jones confirmed it's true. Darcy kept going, begging, praying, crossing every appendage he's got. Poor guy's been hopeless. Cherry added, he's been pining hard. Darcy laughed. Even 2 weeks is probably a dream come true for him. I bet his eyes are lit up like headlights right now. Selfless, my foot. Jaya replied, okay, his eyes are pretty bright, but I hope he gets something out of this too. Maybe I can help him prep for his next wife. Darcy lost it. Ha ha ha, this is gold. Are you seriously giving him husband lessons? I need updates, send me his progress reports. Cherry cut in, Darcy, dial it back before you freak her out. Jaya shrugged it off. Don't worry, I don't spook easy. Cherry smirked, good, because you'll need that confidence when you meet the legendary Dictical. Darcy groaned, Cherry, no, we use the official terms. Check the group chat title. Jaya just stared at the screen. What is even happening? Magnolia Jones stepped in. Tasha, maybe send Jaya your Zabrian mail notes. Tasha agreed and Darcy buted in. Since no one asked, I'll send my files too. Tasha's document started loading. But before Jaya could open it, her screen was hijacked by an image. She squinted at the bizarre sketch. Was that? A sausage with a squiggly tail, and some kind of lumpy blob underneath. None of it made sense the longer I studied Darcy's bizarre sketch. The more it resembled a twisted balloon animal, maybe a misshapen hot dog tied to a string. Given her offbeat humor in the group chat, it wouldn't surprise me if this was her idea of a joke. Magnolia had already left with Killian, so I couldn't confirm whether this was a prank or some cryptic clue. Frustrated, I closed the image and switched to Tasha's document, hoping for clarity. Instead, I found sparse notes. Zabrian ears are highly sensitive both to touch and sound. Below it, a photo showed Warden 10's pale purple ears, perched like delicate petals on his white hair. The text continued, outlining anatomical quirks. Zabrian females lacked breasts, and then there was the Zabrian genital situation, a phrase that made me groan. The bride's shock over the infamous cocktail was mentioned, along with warnings about potential injuries during activities. Seriously, what even was a cocktail? I swiped aggressively through the document, but unlike the ear photo, there was no visual aid for this particular lesson. Then came the kicker. Zabrian eyes glow white during intense emotions, pain, anger, affection, or arousal. My stomach lurched. No Zabrian actually has white eyes, Magnolia had said. Yet Oaken's had been blindingly white every time he was near me. Maybe it was from the hammer incident. Speaking of which, had anyone tended to his head wound? As if summoned, Oaken walked in, the sunset behind him bleeding into hues of molten gold and crimson. His gaze locked onto mine, instantly glowing, unmistakably white. "Is your head okay?" I stammered, eyeing the dried blood streaked across his temple. "Yes," he replied too quickly. "And your foot?" he blinked, glancing down at his boots. "It's fine." "Good," I muttered, but his eyes stayed bright, drilling into me. For fuck's sake. Was this pain, confusion, or something far more awkward? The document wasn't helping, and neither was the fact that my husband looked like he'd stepped out of a surrealist painting. I swallowed hard, resisting the instinct to look away. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," he said, stepping into the warm glow of the kitchen. "I'm just relieved you're still here." "Did you think I'd vanish?" I asked. He shut the door behind him, his expression unreadable. "Honestly, yes." No hesitation, no sugarcoating. Well, surprise was definitely on the list of emotions Tasha had mentioned. "Every time I walk out of a room," Oaken admitted, "part of me expects you to be gone when I return." I forced a laugh, ignoring the sharp little ache his words left behind. "Well, you're stuck with me for a while. Warden 10 said the sonic recalibrator has to go through his station first. No direct deliveries here." Oaken frowned. "That's unusual. My supplies always come straight to me." "Yeah, but I doubt your usual deliveries involve equipment that could help a convict slip off-world," I pointed out. 10 trusts you, but he's not taking chances. He wants eyes on that thing until it's installed and until you use it to leave." "Exactly." A slow, knowing smile curved his lips. "Can't blame him. Maybe he suspects I'd try to steal you away myself." Damn, why did he have to say it like that? "Hungry," I blurted, desperate to redirect the conversation before the heat in my chest got any worse. "I made stew." His pale eyes flicked to the lone bowl on the table. "You didn't have to. I would have cooked." "I needed to keep busy," I said with a shrug. "Besides, I like working with my hands. Usually that means fixing my ship, but today it meant actual cooking." Not that cooking on the Lavaria was anything special, mostly just reheating prepackaged junk. But Oaken's kitchen, simple as it was, had been a welcome change. The stew, thrown together with Magnolia's help, had turned out surprisingly decent. Oaken settled into his chair, trying and failing to hide the wince as he stretched his leg beneath the table. "Only one bowl." I snacked my way through the whole process, I admitted. Couldn't resist tasting as I went. "I'm stuffed." He took a slow bite, then blinked. "This is good." I grinned, satisfaction buzzing through me. "Told you, this was completely ridiculous." "I'm just gonna, use the bathroom," I said, gesturing vaguely toward the back door like Oaken somehow forgot where his own damn outhouse was located. Truthfully, I didn't even need to go, I just needed space. I turned on my heel and walked out, pretending with every step that this wasn't a full-blown retreat. Oaken stayed behind, finishing another bowl of my stew before cleaning up with meticulous care. The minutes stretched, and still, I didn't return. Despite his exhaustion and the dull ache in his ankle, he couldn't bring himself to sit still. He paced the small cabin, torn between giving me privacy and his instinct to protect. Maybe humans took longer in outhouses than Zabrians did. Tasha's book hadn't mentioned anything about that, but then again, it never specified human bathroom habits either. His mind spiraled. What if I'd tripped, fallen and couldn't get up? Outhouse wasn't far, but what if I'd wandered off and twisted an ankle? What if I was lying in the grass, helpless, waiting for him to come find me? His sharp ears would have caught any cry for help, but what if I couldn't make a sound? What if I was hurt, unconscious? Damn it, he muttered, wrenching the door open, only to find me standing right there. Oh, I blinked up at him, startled. Hey, his heart, still racing from his frantic worrying, now hammered for an entirely different reason. At this rate, I'd be the death of him. The outhouse is free. I was just getting some air, I lied. Were you? He asked, eyeing the goosebumps trailing down my arms. You're freezing, I frowned. Excuse me. These, he said, lightly tracing a finger up my arm, which only made the goosebumps worse. I shivered hard. You're cold. Come inside. New concerns flooded him. Human body temperature was so fragile. Fine, I relented, but only for a little while. My gaze flicked upward past his face. There's something I need to do before heading back to my ship tonight. My ship for the night. So that was still the plan. Well, if that's what I wanted, he'd let me have it. He had a tent. After all, the bundle was still tucked in my backpack from my spring travels to visit Magnolia. What's on your mind before you go? I asked, holding the door open wider. She brushed past me, her arm grazing my chest, sending a jolt through my entire body. I need to check your head, she said, heading back to the kitchen. Really, it's fine, I insisted. The warden overplayed the whole concussion thing. The last thing I needed was my sharp, resourceful wife doubting my abilities. Humor me, she replied, grabbing a clean cloth. Just let me take a quick look. It was pointless, but I couldn't refuse her. Realizing I'd tower over her if I stayed standing, I dropped back into the kitchen chair. As she leaned over the sink, wetting the cloth, I couldn't help but stare. There was something unsettling about seeing a tailless figure up close. Sure, Magnolia didn't have one either, but with Jaya the absence was distracting. Her legs were longer than most human women's, or at least longer than Magnolia's, and her fitted pants only emphasized the curve of her thighs. My mind flashed to an illustration I'd once seen, and suddenly my body reacted in a way that was anything but dignified. I yanked my chair forward, the legs screeching against the floor, hiding the evidence beneath the table. You okay over there? She asked, glancing back as she wrung out the cloth. Fine, I muttered, just battling another inconvenient surge of desire, not exactly something I could admit. A Zabrian man was supposed to be disciplined, unshakable. Yet here I was, unraveling at the slightest brush of her presence. Here, she said, stepping closer. Let me clean you up. Thanks, I replied, reaching for the cloth, but she had other plans. A battle raged inside me. Pride demanded I take it, prove I didn't need coddling. But the deeper, hungrier part of me won out. I let my hand drop. Her fingers were steady as she dabbed the cool fabric against my forehead. Close your eyes, big guy, she murmured, her breath warm against my skin. Big guy, I echoed, obeying as she smoothed the cloth over my brows. Does that translate? She asked. It's just a casual way to say man. Jaya calling me big left me wondering, was that a compliment or just an observation? Opening my eyes again might have been a mistake, because now Jaya was perched on the table, her work forgotten, and my face was level with the soft curves of her chest. She wasn't as curvy as Magnolia or Tasha, but to me, her proportions were flawless. The fact that I could admire them this closely felt like sheer luck. Maybe getting knocked in the head wasn't so bad after all. You realize, she said, her voice as intoxicating as her scent, you're the first guy I've let stare this long without cracking a joke. Huh. I was too lost in the moment, her nearness, the way her body moved, the possibility that if she leaned just a little closer, Oaken, she teased, snapping me back. You haven't blinked in forever. Oh, right. I forced my gaze upward. Is that bad? She shrugged. Sometimes, but I get it. You're not exactly used to being this close to a human woman. You're not just the first human, I admitted. You're the first woman I've been this close to since my mother passed. Her fingers stilled against my temple. How old were you? 5. Her breath hitched and she focused hard on a spot above my brow. Same age I was when I lost my parents. What happened? I asked, hating that she carried that pain but glad she wasn't alone in it. Factory accident, she said, her voice tight. Safety failure. They were gone in an instant. She reached for my ear, but I took the cloth from her. I've got this, I muttered. If she touched me there now, I'd lose control, and that was the last thing I wanted while she was sharing something so raw. I scrubbed at my ear harder than necessary, the sting grounding me. And your parents? She asked quietly. My father died before I was born, I said. My mother. Her lungs never worked right. Every breath was a battle. The words tasted bitter, but saying them out loud felt like lifting a weight that winter. She fell seriously ill, and the strain on her heart became too much to bear. Damn, that's rough, Jaya said. If I hadn't read Tasha's book, I might have been puzzled by this reaction. Humans often responded to grief with apologies, as if taking on some unearned blame, strange but oddly endearing. I'm sorry as well, I replied, setting the cloth aside. A faint smile touched her lips. Not to me, she corrected gently. Just say I'm sorry, or I'm sorry for your loss. I'm sorry for your loss, she nodded, a human gesture of acknowledgement. Thanks, it turned out okay though. My Aunt Anjali showed up and basically saved my life. Her fingers twisted together in her lap. I was just a kid when my parents died. I remember being sad, sure, but mostly terrified. They were my anchors, you know, and then gone, just like that. No warning. It was like getting shoved off a cliff with no idea where I'd land. Foster care could have eaten me alive. But then her smile returned, brighter this time. Aunt Anjali rolled up in her own ship, which to a kid like me was the coolest thing ever. Nobody I knew had their own ship. She was like some kind of spacefaring superhero. No roots, no limits, just freedom, no more fear. We'd both lost our mothers young, but our paths couldn't have been more different. Like Jaya, I was sent to live with family, my uncle Garrick's father. Unlike her, I didn't find salvation. He was cruel, mocking, violent. When he turned that violence on me, Garrick killed him, and that act sent us here to this penal colony. Funny thing, though, I've never felt more free than in this place. Maybe in some twisted way he did liberate me, because if not for him, I wouldn't be here, wouldn't have met Jaya. It stung, thinking how the worst moments of our lives could somehow lead us to something good. Jaya was that good. Now I get it, I murmured. Why the ship means so much to you. Yeah, the Lavaria Aunt Anjali left her to me, been my home for 20 years now. Lavaria, that doesn't translate. It's her name, Jaya said. The ship's from an old earth dish, sweet coconut dumplings from Sri Lanka. The dumplings paired perfectly with tea, just how my Aunt Anjali always enjoyed them. Funny how the ship's curves even resembled one. You humans have such peculiar traditions, Oaken mused. Naming vessels after food, assigning them genders. Zabrians don't do that. I slid off the table with a grin. Guess it's just us being sentimental. We get attached to the strangest things. I couldn't help but find it endearing, Jaya's affection for a ship named after something as simple as a dessert. Knowing ID helped keep it in her life meant something, even if that same ship would eventually take her far from me. The mention of the Lavaria sent a restless energy through me, sharpening my focus. Oddly, it also made Oaken feel less like an obligation and more like someone I might actually trust. That wasn't part of the plan. Distance was safer. I should head out, I said abruptly. But before I go, want me to test the knitter on you. It won't do much now, but it couldn't hurt. Unnecessary, he said, tail flicking dismissively. Wait here. He vanished into the bedroom, returning with a weathered leather pack. What's all that? I nodded at the bulky bag. Essentials. Water, a hatchet, a tent. You're loaning it to me. I won't need half of that, especially not a tent. The tent isn't for you, he clarified, already striding toward the door. It's mine. Wait, what? I scrambled after him, though his limp did nothing to slow him down. Why would you need a tent? Oaken adjusted the strap, his bare shoulders flexing. Strictly speaking, I don't need one, but if it rains tonight, it'll be practical. Tonight, you're coming with me." He tilted his head, moonlight glinting off his dark hair like liquid obsidian. Obviously, was there ever any doubt? Yes, I've got Lala, I don't need an escort." His tail lashed. "You're not wandering the mountains alone." "I've been alone for 10 years, I snapped. "Out there I handled myself just fine." "Out there," he said, tail lifting toward the sky, "is not the same as down here." His gaze burned. "And down here, you don't know the dangers like I do." I wanted to protest, but damn him, he wasn't wrong. The mountains ahead were an unknown danger. No telling what threats lurked in those peaks. My stunner was long gone, confiscated by the warden, leaving me defenseless. Not that Oaken had asked permission to stay near my ship, but this wasn't exactly a place where rules mattered much. A penal colony didn't exactly scream freedom. Still, I couldn't exactly order him to leave. "Fine," I muttered, turning toward the shadowy ridges. I rubbed my arms, the day's heat fading fast into a sharp night chill. My teeth nearly chattered as I tried to warm myself, until suddenly something heavy draped over my shoulders. I froze. Even my breath hitched as Oaken adjusted what felt like thick leather around me. "You really thought you didn't need him, huh? What is this?" I managed once my lungs remembered how to work. It wasn't clothing, no seams, no sleeves, just warmth. "My bedroll's blanket," he said, fastening his satchel. "Oh, well, thanks." I gripped the edges to keep it from slipping, and Oaken's smile was annoyingly pleased, like he'd won something. "Don't thank me," he murmured. "I'm your husband. This is what I do." What I do. He made it sound like some sacred duty, like keeping me from freezing was his life's mission. "So how do we get there? You got a slicer hidden somewhere." "Only wardens have those," he said. "Normally, I'd take Fiora or another Sholdu, but the terrain's too rough. We're better on foot." I flexed my boot toward his ankle. "What about you? You sure you're up for this?" His gaze didn't waver. "You need to reach your ship, so we're going." That stubborn certainty hit me harder than I'd admit. Time to deflect. "Alrighty then," I chirped, way too bright. "Adventure awaits." The first stretch was manageable, but the deeper we went, the more the ground fought us. My smooth ride on the slicer had been a lie. This was all jagged edges and loose rock. Oaken hadn't been kidding about treacherous. Navigating the Zabrian Mountains at night was twice as terrifying as I'd imagined. My boots kept catching on jagged rocks and uneven terrain, and without Oaken's quick reflexes, whether using his arm or that surprisingly handy tail, I would have faceplanted more times than I could count. My earlier stubbornness about not needing help felt ridiculous now. Sure, I'd spent years flying solo through deep space, but that didn't mean squat when it came to trekking through these shadowy peaks after sundown. The landscape had transformed from warm, golden ridges into something straight out of a nightmare. What had been picturesque cliffs by daylight now looked like bleached bones under the dim moonlight. Every crevice seemed to breathe, shadows shifting when I wasn't looking directly at them. More than once we passed under rocky arches so thick they blotted out the sky completely. That's when I noticed it. Oaken's eyes, usually glowing faintly in the dark, were completely dim, probably too focused on keeping us both upright to let his emotions flare up. Still, even without that eerie light, I was beyond relieved he was here. If I'd been alone, yeah, I'd have been sprinting back to his cabin 5 minutes in. And then, just like that, I nearly did. Something massive shifted in the darkness ahead, sending my pulse into overdrive. "Jesus!" I choked out, stumbling back. "What is that thing?" Oaken moved faster than I could blink, shoving me behind him with one hand while the other somehow already gripped a hatchet. Seriously, did his tail just hand it to him? "Stay back," he warned, voice low. I peeked around his shoulder, squinting. The creature blended into the rocks, its thick body coiling silently. "That's a common mountain snake," I hissed. "Non-venomous," Oaken muttered, not lowering his weapon. "But it could still crush you if it wanted." "Common?" He didn't answer, muscles coiled like a spring. Luckily, the serpent lost interest, slithering into a crevice with unsettling ease. My knees nearly gave out. "Sorry," I managed, pressing a hand to my racing heart. "I swear I'm usually way less jumpy, but my ship's usually got my back." Oaken just grunted, sliding the hatchet back into his belt like nothing had happened when he spun to look at me, those eerie white eyes locked onto mine. "We might not have found your ship yet, but you're not alone out here, Jaya," he assured me. "I've got your back." My chest tightened. "And who's got yours, Oaken?" The thought of him getting hurt because of me twisted my insides. He stayed quiet because what could he say? Oaken had people in his life, sure, his cousin, Magnolia Killian, but none of them were here now. They were all cozy in their beds, wrapped up in their own little world, while he was out in the middle of nowhere with me. I swear if the universe doesn't send this man the most incredible ride-or-die partner after I'm gone, I'm gonna lose it. "How much farther?" He scanned the terrain, calculating. "We're not even halfway." I barely held back a groan. An hour in and we hadn't even hit the midpoint. And it wasn't like the path ahead was gonna get smoother. My legs burned, my feet were shredded, and stopping to fix my boots would have been pointless. They'd just tear open again. "I thought this would be quicker," I muttered. "That ride here felt like nothing." "It's not the distance," Oaken said. "Your ship's only a few miles from my place. It's the rough ground slowing us down. On flat land we'd be there already." "Perfect," I muttered, dragging my hands down my face. Every muscle felt like lead, exhaustion slithering through me like that snake we'd passed earlier. I'd been running on fumes before crash landing here, and now, another half day of this. Damn it. "Oaken, I shouldn't have pulled you into this." "You didn't pull me," he said, so gentle it made my throat ache. "I chose to come." "Yeah, but this isn't working." I stared into the shadowed valley ahead, dread settling in my bones. "We should stop for the night, especially if you're just gonna sleep outside in that tent." Back at his ranch, the idea had seemed fine, safe, even. But out here, with the mountains looming and the night pressing in, no way. "What do you want to do, Jaya?" he asked, voice steady. No impatience, no frustration, just quiet understanding, like he'd wait all night if I needed him to. What I wanted, to already be on the lavaria. All I craved was a steaming cup of chai and the comfort of my own bed. Yet, I couldn't shake the thought of Oaken being alone out here. Or maybe it was me who couldn't stand the idea of solitude. The darkness made continuing our journey impossible tonight. With a silent apology to Lavaria, promising I'd return tomorrow, I blurted out, "Take me back to your place." Exhaustion stripped away any embarrassment about how that might sound. Oaken probably didn't even catch the unintended implication. Those bright, steady eyes just studied me before he answered. "If that's what you wish, then it's done." Turns out, "it's done" meant I wouldn't be walking another step. I yelped as he scooped me up effortlessly, nearly losing my grip on his blanket. "What are you doing?" I squirmed, but his arms only tightened. "Easy," he warned, my heart raced. "Please don't drop me." "Never. But if you stumble, I'd land on my knees before you hit the ground." Damn him, I actually believed that. "Why are you carrying me?" My resistance faded fast, his warmth seeping through the blanket, lulling me into surrender. "Because you're exhausted, probably aching too." "How could you possibly know that?" My pride had taken enough hits tonight, but I hadn't once complained. "Your pace slowed. Your walk changed," he said like it was obvious. "My walk? What about yours?" I shot back. "You're the one with a busted foot. It's healed." "You know what I mean." This was dangerous. My head fell against his chest before I could stop it, his heartbeat steady under my ear. A yawn threatened as I weakly protested, "I can walk, Oaken." "I know," he murmured into my hair. "But you don't have to, not when I'm here." Oaken's paw, holding her like this, her weight against me, her breath soft against my skin, felt like holding something rare, precious. The warmth of her, the quiet rhythm of her sleep, even the scent of her hair. It was more than I'd ever expected. And for the first time, I understood what it meant to carry not just a person, but a trust without Jaya slowing me down. The return trip flew by, partly because I was having such a good time. Before I knew it, we were back at my place and I carried my sleeping wife inside. The obvious choice was to put her in my bed, but that left me wondering where I'd sleep. With a sigh, I pushed that thought aside for now. Stepping carefully to avoid the creaky floorboards, I carried her into the bedroom. For a moment, I just stood there, holding her, soaking in the warmth of her against me, the way her face nestled into my shoulder. Reluctantly, I finally laid her down, draping the oversized Zabrian blanket over her. It was big enough to cover her completely, no chilly toes tonight. Now the boots. Undressing her while she slept? Absolutely not. Just the idea made my face heat up. But boots? That seemed harmless. I'd hate sleeping in mine, and Jaya probably would too. Humans weren't exactly shy about their feet. Magnolia walked around barefoot all the time, and I was her husband at least for the next 2 weeks. Surely that counted for something. Moving fast to avoid any awkward misunderstandings, I used my tail to lift the blanket and started unlacing her boots. I just tugged off the second one when something skittered down her leg, that odd little bot from her pocket. It perched near her ankle, its tiny metal legs clicking softly. "Those are new boots," it said in a voice that sounded eerily human. Lala, that was its name. Thanks for the update," I muttered, not sure why a robot cared about footwear. Should I treat these differently? I wondered if they needed special care like my leather boots occasionally did. "New shoes can cause blisters for humans," Lala explained. "You'll need to take off her socks, check for any cuts, and then handle them properly to avoid infection." It felt odd taking advice from a bot about Jaya's needs, but Lala had known her far longer than I had. And pride wasn't worth risking my wife's well-being. I hadn't even considered blisters. My Zabrian skin was too tough for that except for my ears. I'd noticed her exhaustion, maybe some stiffness, but I'd brushed it off as general fatigue. The thought that every step had been tearing into her skin made my stomach twist. Thank the stars I'd carried her home. I set the boots aside. "Just walk me through it." Lala flicked on a small light, illuminating Jaya's feet. My breath caught at the sight of dark red stains on her socks. "After removing them, use the knitter in her back pocket," Lala instructed. I hesitated, my hand hovering. Shouldn't I wake her first? This was her body, her choice. As much as I wanted to fix everything while she slept, I knew Jaya would insist on handling it herself. "I can take care of myself," her words echoed in my mind. Respecting that mattered more than my urge to protect her. "She won't wake easily," Lala said. "She was awake for over a day before collapsing. You'd have better luck moving a mountain," so it fell to me. Gently, as if handling delicate crystal, I peeled off each sock, setting them aside to soak later. The raw, broken skin on her heels made my chest tighten. "She didn't say a word," I muttered. "Of course she didn't," Lala replied, her tone light but carrying a hint of tired understanding. For the first time, I felt a strange kinship with this little machine. "The knitter," she prompted, but I was already reaching into Jaya's pocket. Though my fingers lingered a second too long when they brushed against the curve of her hip, I carefully pulled out her data tab from my other pocket and placed it gently on the nightstand to keep it safe. "The design's pretty straightforward," Lala explained. "Just point the knitter at the injured spot, squeeze the trigger, and the beam will sterilize the area, seal any open wounds, and speed up recovery." Following her directions, I pressed the trigger, watching the soft blue light wash over Jaya's skin as I treated each heel. Once finished, I set the device next to her data tab but still felt uneasy leaving her feet exposed. Clean wounds didn't guarantee they'd stay that way. Rummaging through my dresser, I dug out an old pair of socks from my childhood, tucked away in the very back. They were just the right size. Before slipping them onto Jaya's feet, I zapped them with the knitter for good measure, careful not to let the rough fabric irritate her raw skin. Lala stayed silent, but I could feel her watching, judging maybe. "Thanks for the help," I said, relieved to see Jaya properly cared for. "My core function," Lala replied. "Which is?" To prioritize the well-being of the Lavaria's pilot above all else. Sounds like we're on the same page, I said with a smile. I know. It should have been unsettling how easily this little metal creature read me, but instead it was reassuring. At least someone understood my intentions, even if Jaya didn't yet. How can you be so sure? I asked. Because I analyze everything, Lala said. Every action, every word measured against countless data points to assess risk. So far, your behavior aligns with my objective. She paused, then added, almost as an afterthought, and I appreciated the socks. With that, she scurried back under the blanket and vanished. Jaya stirred, blinking awake in an unfamiliar bed, wrapped in a blanket she knew all too well, the warmth of Oaken's blanket wrapped around me, the scent of pine and leather lingering in the fabric. I blinked awake, taking in the rough-hewn wooden walls of his cabin, definitely his bed then. The soft leather brushed against my cheek, stirring flashes of last night. My thoughts should have been laser-focused on the Lavaria, dissecting every mistake so I could fix it today. I should have been mapping out my route back to her, prepping repairs before the sonic recalibrator arrived. But no. My traitorous brain kept replaying one stupid moment, Oaken scooping me up like some damsel in distress and hauling me home. And then, because the universe hates me, my hormones decided to chime in, leaving me grinning like an idiot under his blanket. Seriously, a crush on him. My alien mountain man ex-con fake husband. Nope, not happening. I didn't do crushes. I had flings, quick and forgettable. I didn't melt into a puddle because some overgrown lumberjack carried me to bed. I flexed my toes, relieved I wasn't still in my boots, though that relief came with a stupid little thrill when I realized Oaken must have taken them off. My clothes were still on, so at least he hadn't gotten any ideas. Just thoughtful. Annoyingly so. I should check those blisters. Kicking off the blanket, I squinted against the sunlight flooding the room. I pulled my knees up, inspecting my feet, then froze. These weren't my socks. What the? I tugged at the knit fabric, searching my memory. Nothing. Oaken strikes again. Where'd he even find socks this tiny? I muttered. No way these fit him. Lala wriggled out of my pocket, stretching her spindly legs. From that drawer, she said, nodding toward the dresser. My brain conjured an image of Oaken rummaging through it, careful not to wake me. Had I been snoring? Why did that thought make my face heat up? Whose are these, anyway? I mused, picking at a loose thread. Magnolia's, maybe. She'd recovered here after her bite, could have left them behind. Lala skittered down my leg, poking at the yarn with her sensors. Material unidentified, she chirped. No database match. Great. Even the socks were a mystery. The socks definitely weren't from Terratribe Roman II, Magnolia's home colony. I shrugged. Maybe she picked them up on Allura Station or somewhere else. Lala examined the yarn between her spindles. If she did, it had to be from some vintage shop. This material has age to it. The socks from Oaken's drawer were worn, faded, and way too small for him now. You think he gave me his own socks? I asked, incredulous. Like from when he was a kid. I'm just stating facts, she said, settling into her usual resting posture. But your reaction suggests you've reached your own conclusion. My conclusion, I snapped, is that I'm wearing Oaken's childhood socks. His tiny, ridiculous, baby-sized socks. They're not that small, Lala corrected, even for a Zabrian. Lala, yes, I believe he gave you something from his past, and honestly, I think he'd give you far more if you let him. She tapped one spindle against my heel. He used the knitter on you. A stupid, traitorous warmth spread through me. I scowled, forcing it down. I didn't need Oaken's help. I'd been handling things myself for years. He needs to stop being so damn thoughtful, I muttered. It's making me act like an idiot. Lala tilted her head. If I were programmed to be less polite, I'd point out that you don't need his help in that department. Real funny, I deadpanned, rolling my eyes before sliding off the bed. Oaken wasn't in the house, but his presence lingered everywhere. A plate of food waited in the kitchen. My socks, now clean but still stained, had been draped over the chair closest to the meal, impossible to miss. It was like living with some invisible, overly considerate ghost. I ate, used the bathroom, then splashed water on my face and underarms at the sink. Last night's decision to stay had been smart, but now I regretted not having my things. No fresh clothes, no toothbrush, nothing. I had to reach Lavaria today in daylight before the sonic recalibrator arrived, and I really needed a shower. Did Zabrians have a strong sense of smell like their hearing? And why did I even care? The only person around was Oaken, which, annoyingly, was exactly why it mattered. Oaken smelled good. I'd noticed it last night when my face was pressed against his chest. Warm, clean, with just a hint of leather underneath. The kitchen had a simple, unscented bar of soap, but I hadn't spotted anything resembling cologne or deodorant. So not only did this guy look like he'd stepped out of a magazine cover with his perfect face and sculpted physique, but he also didn't seem to sweat. If he weren't so genuinely kind, I might have hated him for it. But he was kind, so I just sighed, muttered about my own flawed biology, and splashed water on my face. I scrubbed my bangs with the soap, hoping they wouldn't stick to my forehead, then stepped outside. The sun was already blazing overhead, probably close to noon, though I had no idea how time worked here. Wasting half the day wasn't like me. None of this was. "All right, Lala," I said, pulling her from my pocket and balancing her in my palm. "Time to pull up that map. I know you've logged every inch we've covered since we crashed. Show me the ship's signal, let's go." "Where is Oaken?" she chirped. "No clue. Where's the Lavaria? Why isn't the map showing?" My core programming restricts access to navigation data. Seriously? Why? Your whole job is to help me get back to the Lavaria, the place where I don't have to worry about alien snakes or collapsing in the middle of nowhere. Still, no map appeared. Stubborn little thing. You didn't have a problem with me wandering around in the dark last night when everything was trying to kill me, I snapped. Where was your Protect Jaya protocol then? "Last night," Lala replied, "my risk assessment determined you had adequate protection." My face warmed. "I don't need protection. Statistical analysis suggests otherwise." "Wow, rude," I huffed, even though she wasn't wrong. "If you weren't so tiny and adorable, I'd test how well you fly when thrown. I am smaller than a regulation baseball. My appendages would also disrupt aerodynamics." "It was a joke, you walking calculator," I grumbled, setting her on my shoulder. "Fine. Let's go track down Oaken." Oaken I was hurrying through my tasks, something I never did. Normally, I took my time with ranch work. Being outside tending to the animals, it was peaceful. But today, for the first time, I had someone to look forward to. By noon, I'd finished almost everything. Only Nolly's daily hike remained. As I headed toward her enclosure, I spotted Jaya walking toward me. Funny. I'd been in the sun all morning, but suddenly, I didn't feel the heat the moment I saw her. It felt like the clouds had finally parted. "Oaken," she called out, waving at me with that human gesture that always made my heart skip. I couldn't help but grin as I jogged toward her. "Hey, mountain man," she said, her smile hitting me like a summer breeze, warm and dizzying all at once. "I know last night didn't exactly go as planned, what with me conking out on you. But I was thinking we could give it another shot today. Sound good, of course. I should be known she'd want to return to her ship. I just hadn't expected the reminder to sting so much." "Yeah, we can do that," I said, forcing a nod. "Nolly needs her exercise in the foothills anyway, but if I took her back now, she might stay there. And then what? Would she even say goodbye before leaving?" The thought twisted inside me like an old wound. I hadn't felt this kind of tightness in my chest since I was a kid on Zabria, gasping through those awful lung spasms. I coughed, thumping my fist against my ribs. "You okay?" Jaya frowned. "We should grab some water before we head out." "Yeah," I managed. "Good idea. The last thing I wanted was her getting heat stroke. And don't forget that hat Magnolia gave you." I couldn't help but notice she was still wearing the socks I'd made, thick, sturdy things, far better than the flimsy pair she'd had before. She caught me looking and shifted awkwardly. "Thanks for last night. I swear I don't usually zonk out on people like that, or make them peel off my gross boots and deal with my blisters. I'll wash these and get them back to you." "Keep them," I said. "They're yours. Everything I have is yours." "Really, really." She searched my face, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. I wanted to smooth it away, to bury it deep. But she was wearing the ring I'd forged. She was wearing my socks. For now, that had to be enough. "Let's grab your hat," I said, my voice steadier than my pulse. "I'll fill the waterskin too." By the time we reached the house, my breathing had almost evened out. Almost. I wasn't sure it ever fully would around her. As we turned toward Nolly's enclosure, she blurted out, "You had a butt." I froze. My translator knew butt just fine, but the past tense threw me. I discreetly checked with my tail, giving my trousers a quick pat. Everything seemed intact. "You had a butt," she repeated, grinning. I still have one," I said, completely baffled. She burst out laughing. "Obviously, I assumed you did. Butts don't just vanish into thin air." "Let's hope not," I replied after a pause. "Are you worried about mine?" "Well, yeah, I'm curious what it looks like." Poor Jaya. She hadn't gotten the full rundown on Zabrian biology. Meanwhile, I'd been given an entire manual on humans, complete with diagrams of everything from their weird little toes to their oddly placed ears. And yes, butts. It's pretty much where yours is, I explained, slowing down as we reached Nolly's enclosure. I turned to face her and pointed at my lower back, right here between my legs and my spine. Jaya went silent for so long I finally glanced back, concerned. She stood frozen, one hand on her hip, the other pressed to her lips like she'd just uncovered some grand scientific mystery. Had she seriously never noticed before? Where did she think I sat all those times in front of her? But the way she was staring, like my backside held the secrets of the universe, made me smile. My wife, the scholar, always eager to learn. "Any questions?" I asked. "About my butt? About your oh no." Her hand flew from her mouth to her eyes as if shielding them from some unspeakable horror. "That's not, I didn't mean you can stop showing it now." As much as I wanted to oblige, I wasn't sure how. "Sorry, it's kind of a permanent feature," I said, gesturing helplessly. "Goes wherever I go." "That's, oh my God." She finally dropped her hand, cheeks flushed. "Not what I was asking, at all." She coughed loudly, deliberately looking anywhere but at me. Figuring the anatomy lesson was over, I turned back around. "You said we could go to my ship, but," Jaya said, her voice oddly strained. "You never explained the issue." Oh, my mistake," I muttered, rubbing the back of my neck. Her mismatched eyes tracked the movement down my arm, across my chest, then snapping back up like she'd touched a hot stove. "When you used but like it was a thing," my translator short-circuited. "Join the club, my brain's currently rebooting," she groaned, but her eyes were laughing now. "Sorry for the mix-up." "Don't apologize," I said quickly. "I'm the one who misread things, and there's no real problem. I just don't want you that far away. Maybe we could move your ship closer." Jaya's breath caught when I told her I wanted to stay close during her repairs. "You actually want me nearby?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Absolutely," I said without hesitation. "I'll set up camp right next to your ship at night. My tent's already packed, but I've got responsibilities here during the day." The thought of even a single day without her nearby made my chest tighten. And when I imagined the endless days after she left, everything felt dimmer, like the sun had lost some of its warmth. "No way," Jaya shot back. "You said yourself how dangerous it is out there. What if something attacks while I'm sleeping?" "I've survived worse," I muttered. "Honestly, I'd take 1,000 nights in predator-filled valleys over going back to my uncle's house, especially if it meant staying near Jaya." She crossed her arms. "Oaken, I'm serious. After seeing how eerie those valleys get after dark, not happening." I couldn't help but smirk. "And how exactly do you plan to stop me?" She sputtered for a second before throwing her hands up. "Fine, I'll just move the ship then." My heart leapt. You can fly it, even with the damage. Not far, she admitted. I'll need to patch up the worst of it first, but a short atmospheric hop should be possible. Got a landing spot in mind. I pointed immediately to the empty pasture near the house. Right there, Jaya nodded. Then let's get started. I half expected Nolly to drag her feet on the way back to Jaya's ship, but for once she was full of energy. The moment Lala scurried ahead, Nolly trotted after her like she couldn't bear to be left behind. The two chattered back and forth, Lala's mechanical chirps, Nolly's eager bleats. Looks like they're bonding, Jaya said, shooting me a sideways glance as we picked our way through the dusty terrain. Kind of like us. My chest swelled. Being called her friend meant more than any title ever could. Marriage had been an offer, but friendship, that was something I'd actually worked for. Yeah, I said, tipping my hat. Just like us. With better socks and a full night's rest, Jaya moved quicker this time. Before long, we rounded the same pink rock formation from yesterday, and there it was. The lavaria waiting for us. Jaya let out a relieved sigh, her voice softening as she spotted her ship. Just where I parked her, she said, already jogging toward the vessel. Over her shoulder, she called, You can head back if you want, Oaken. I'll drop Nolly off at your place once she's set for the night. I finished my work early, I told her. There was no chance I'd leave her alone out here. Danger didn't just lurk after dark. Besides, Nolly deserved time in her natural surroundings. I tried to focus on the creature, but my attention kept drifting to Jaya. The way her muscles shifted as she worked, tightening with each movement. The way she pushed her hat back, twisting her hair into a messy knot that left her neck bare. The way she bit her lip when deep in thought, a small, unconscious habit that sent heat rushing through me. Watching her was like slipping into a trance, time stretched and blurred until her voice snapped me back. All right, she's good to go. Already? I blinked, still half lost in the sight of her bending over the engine, her shirt riding up just enough to tease a glimpse of skin. The sun had dipped low without me noticing. Well, not perfectly done, she admitted, wiping grease off her hands. But she won't explode on the short flight to your place. Explode? My stomach dropped. Was that ever a real risk? Not anymore, she said with a smirk. Good, I exhaled. I'll start back with Nolly then, see you there. Or, she tilted her head, studying me, you could ride with me. My pulse jumped. She was inviting me into her ship. The warden wouldn't like that, I said, even as I stepped closer. She grinned. What he doesn't know won't hurt him. Yes, I said, the word rough with anticipation. I'll come. This was a stolen moment, and I wasn't wasting it. Too much had been taken from me before. I wouldn't miss this. We gathered our things, herding Nolly and Lala aboard. As we crossed into the lavaria, Jaya's fingers brushed mine, pulling me inside. Her touch sent a shock through me, stealing my breath. Welcome aboard, she said, letting go with a smile. The warmth in her voice, the quiet pride in her ship, it wrapped around me like an embrace for some inexplicable reason. I felt an overwhelming urge to pull her close. To shake off the impulse, I focused on scanning the interior of the lavaria. Though compact, the ship was surprisingly well-equipped for its size. We stood near the center, controls and the pilot's seat to my left, living quarters to my right. The space was cluttered with gear, supply crates, tools, her discarded flight suit, and what I guessed was either storage or a tiny bathroom. Jaya knocked on a wide panel. This flips down into my bed, she said, and the bathroom's back there, just don't let your pet make a mess. I shot Nolly a warning look, willing her to behave. Jaya tugged a latch beside me, unfolding a seat with a harness. Strap in here, she instructed. I obeyed, and she leaned in to secure the buckles. The angle gave me an unobstructed view down her loose top, but I forced my eyes away, recalling her earlier remark about staring. A small victory for self-control. Should be quick and easy, she assured me, striding to the pilot's seat. Nolly tried to trail after Lala, but I snagged her with my tail and settled her on my lap. No distractions, I murmured. She needs to focus. Jaya's hands moved effortlessly over the controls, her demeanor relaxed, almost joyful. "Ascension protocols active," she announced as Lala perched on the console. "Systems check. All nominal except sonic recalibration," Lala replied. The engines roared to life beneath us. "Here we go," Jaya said, flashing me a grin over her shoulder. "Hold on tight." The ship lurched upward, my stomach lurching with it. Then the entire front panel illuminated, revealing the mountains from an impossible angle, shrinking beneath us as we pierced the sky. The sight was staggering, unlike anything I'd witnessed. Yet none of it held a candle to watching Jaya in her element, confident, skilled, radiant. A sharp pang of admiration cut through me. This was where she belonged. The truth stung more than I expected. Some selfish corner of my heart had already started hoping she might choose to stay, but what could I possibly offer that compared to the stars? My ranch wasn't a spacecraft, and I sure as hell wasn't her destiny. When Jaya turned to me, her smile was radiant, her eyes searching mine with this eager intensity. She wanted me to love the flight as much as she did. So I swallowed the ache and forced a grin, my voice rough as I choked out, "Incredible," because she was. After landing the Lavaria just beyond Oaken's property, we settled into what should have been an easy rhythm, me and my ship at night, us sharing daylight hours. On paper it was perfect, except Oaken had gone quiet, not distant exactly. He still showed up with meals, still fussed over whether I needed shade or water, still hovered near the ship like a restless shadow. But his smiles came slower, his words fewer. The worst part, he wasn't pulling away. If anything, he lingered more, watching me work with those impossible green eyes, dark forest at the edges, sharp mint at the center, like he was holding himself back. It drove me up the damn wall. And then it hit me. If I already missed his voice now while he was right there, how was I supposed to survive leaving for good? This wasn't some pleasure planet. No casual returns. So I buried myself in repairs, but the work ran out. Now it was just waiting for the sonic recalibrator, for the clock to run down. Have to leave. No, get to leave. That was the whole point, wasn't it? But 7 more days of this strained silence would break me. So at dawn, I made a decision. Time for Oaken's crash course in being a convincing husband. I yanked open the ship's hatch, ready to ambush him, only to find him already standing there. "Morning," I blurted, thrown. "You're up early." Since when did ranch chores include lurking outside my door? What was he doing right by my ship, crouched down like that? "I'm packing up my tent," Oaken said, muscles shifting under his sleeves as he rolled up the leather bundle. "Your tent?" I stared at the crushed grass beneath his boots. "You slept out here." "Obviously," he replied, as if I'd asked something ridiculous. "I've slept here every night. Every single night," my voice cracked. "Since when?" "Since you parked the ship here. Though the night before that I didn't sleep in my bed either, you were in it, so I took the floor." "Are you kidding me?" "Why?" My hands clenched. "I moved the damn ship so you wouldn't have to rough it outside." "I know." "Did you know about this?" I yanked Lala from my pocket. "Naturally," she chirped. "The Lavaria's sensors don't miss much. I've been aware of his little campsite the whole time." I held her up, glaring at her unblinking sensors. "And you didn't think to mention it?" "Not necessary," she said breezily. "Oaken's presence is beneficial. Frankly, you'd have passed out from dehydration last Tuesday if he hadn't refilled your water jug when you weren't looking. As far as I'm concerned, he can pitch his tent wherever he pleases." Oaken's grin flashed, eyes flickering white. "She ate that, Lala." "Yeah, real helpful," I grumbled, stuffing her back into my pocket. Why was he beaming at her and not me? Unbelievable. I needed a damn therapist. This was jealousy, raw, petty, and entirely new. Me, jealous over a smile, pathetic. I squeezed my eyes shut. "Breathe, compose yourself." By the time I opened them, I almost had it under control. "So what's on your agenda today?" "The usual," he said. "Milking the bracu, inspecting the herd, mending fences, walking Nolly." "Sounds thrilling. Mind if I join?" "You need a tag," he scratched his head. "What kind?" "No, I mean, can I come with you?" His eyes flared white again. A beat passed before he muttered, "Fine by me." "Perfect," I said, smirking. "Because today we're starting husband training 101. Husband what? Consider it an advantage. You'll need it to impress your next wife." "You'd think this would make it a breeze to charm any woman you fancy," I said. He barely reacted. "Oh. Not exactly thrilled, are you?" I asked, watching his jaw tighten and something unreadable flicker across his expression. "I appreciate any guidance you offer," he replied, though his tone suggested otherwise. "It's just, truthfully, the idea of marrying someone else after you hadn't crossed my mind in a while." "You forgot." That didn't add up. From what Darcy and the others said, Oaken had been one of the most eager to find a human bride. I'd assumed he was out there making wishes on every shooting star, hoping for the perfect match. He'd been so excited about marrying me, and that was only for 2 weeks. A cold realization hit me. Had I really soured him on the whole idea? Was I that unbearable? Sure, I wasn't the most affectionate wife, but had I actually made him give up on something he once wanted more than anything? "Listen, Oaken," I said, my voice tight with something between panic and guilt. "There are incredible women out there, and you're one of the best guys I know. You'll find someone amazing, you deserve that." He didn't look convinced. My chest ached like someone had dropped a boulder on it. Without thinking, I grabbed his hand. His fingers stiffened, but he didn't pull away. "You're very sure of that," he murmured, staring at our intertwined hands. "Much more than Tasha is." "What do you mean?" Tasha had seemed nothing but kind so far, but if she'd said something to shake his confidence, oh, we were going to have a chat. "The first 3 brides, Cherry, Darcy, Magnolia, they came here before they knew about our past," Oaken said. His thumb traced slow circles on my wrist, sending sparks up my arm, making it hard to focus. "Future brides won't have that luxury. They'll know everything before they arrive. Tasha thinks that might make it difficult to find volunteers." He hesitated. "And I'll be the only man here rejected by 2 human brides in a row. The warden believes that could make things even harder for me." My breath caught. "What?" Oaken's pale eyes snapped to mine, startled. "What's wrong?" "What's wrong?" My pulse roared in my ears. "Oaken, nobody told me this." I gripped his hand tighter. He squeezed back. "I had no idea helping me might ruin your chances later." But the moment I said it, the pieces clicked. Of course the warden had tried to stop him. He wasn't being cruel, he was protecting Oaken. And I'd been too oblivious to see I almost regretted convincing Oaken to help me. Sure, he'd saved my ship, but at what cost? His future might be ruined because of me. "You never should have stepped forward," I murmured, staring at the ground between us. The weight of guilt kept my eyes downcast. "You shouldn't have bound your life to mine." "Stop," Oaken choked out, his rough fingers brushing my cheek with unbearable gentleness. When I finally looked up, his pale eyes burned with intensity, the skin around them tight with worry. "Never say that," he insisted. "Not a single regret." "Maybe you should have some," I shot back. His thumb traced my jawline. "There are countless choices I might question," he admitted. "Choosing you isn't one of them." I swallowed hard. "Even if it means you'll never get the wife you truly deserve." Something fractured behind his gaze, but his voice never wavered. "Even then we'll just have to fix this," I declared, squeezing his hand. "We're turning you into the most sought-after bachelor in 3-star systems. Husband boot camp starts now, no slacking." I demonstrated by threading our fingers together. Oaken inhaled sharply. "See, perfect hand-holding technique," I explained. "Great for comfort, affection, or just saying I'm here without words." His lips quirked. "Noted." Apparently, he was a quick study. He kept my hand locked in his the entire trek to the stables. Teaching Oaken romance was challenging. First, the man was constantly buried in ranch work, sunup to sundown without fail. No matter how many times I argued, he still insisted on sleeping outside my door like some overgrown guard dog. Second, his idea of flirting was hilariously disastrous. "Flirting's supposed to be playful," I'd coached. "Show someone you like them, try it on me. Cue the most intense stare imaginable. You are aesthetically pleasing," he announced gravely. I wish to orally pleasure you. I nearly short-circuited. Let's, dial it back, watch this. I fluttered my lashes, pitching my voice higher. Hey there, handsome. He blinked rapidly like a malfunctioning droid. Greetings, tiny human, my sweet, clueless alien. Every failed lesson made him more endearing, but we were light years away from making him the galaxy's smoothest bachelor. There was something about his particular flavor of awkward charm that was starting to get under my skin in the best way. But what if the woman he fell for didn't share my strange but impeccable taste? What if she missed the quiet magic in him? What if his mortifyingly blunt requests for intimacy made her cringe instead of laugh? What if she didn't feel that electric jolt in her stomach every time he grinned? What if she never thought about the way he'd carried her home that first night, his arms strong and steady? What if she didn't wake up smiling at the sight of his tent outside her door? What if she didn't love him the way you look like you're solving the world's problems with that frown? Jesus, Oaken, how long have you been standing there? Right on schedule, he said, gesturing to the half-assembled tent behind him. I blinked, realizing I'd been lost in my own head, clutching a now lukewarm cup of chai. The past 3 days had been a mess of failed advice and second-guessing, and I hadn't even noticed the sun dipping low. I was sprawled on the grass, leaning against Laveria's hull while Lala dozed below deck. Just me and Oaken. And damn, he looked good. Not just in the obvious shirtless god way, though that was undeniable, but in a way that made my chest ache. The fading light painted his skin in warm greens and bronzes, and my fingers twitched with the urge to trace the lines of his shoulders. You should sleep in a real bed, I muttered, same as always. Instead of his usual vague protest, he turned those glowing white eyes on me and rumbled, you should sleep in mine. I almost spilled my tea. Excuse me, my face burned. So did other places. Was that not effective? He tilted his head. I was attempting seduction. We haven't even got to seduction in the lessons, I squeaked. His tail flicked. I improvised. Holy hell. Maybe he didn't need my help at all if he could cut through the awkward sweetness and just say things like that with that voice, that look. Yeah, that might just work. But seriously, he added, hammering a tent stake into the ground, my bed is yours. Anytime, like we had forever. Like I wasn't leaving in a matter of days. A thought I'd been aggressively ignoring. Oaken. He just ducked into his tent but froze mid-step, whirling back to face me. Yes, I hesitated. Do you want to watch a movie? A film? He perked up. I read about those. Yeah, it's a pretty standard human date activity. You should try practicing this sometime, he suggested, completely missing the fact that I wasn't focused on him practicing anything at the moment. All I wanted was for him to stay with me a little longer. My stomach twisted as I waited for him to turn me down. But then, with those bright eyes of his, he asked softly, can I watch it with you? Oh, this ridiculous, sweet, oversized goof. Yeah, with me, I said, laughing because I couldn't help it. Who else is gonna be your test subject? Lala's powered down on her dock. I gave him a half-hearted salute with my mug. Face it, you're stuck with me. The way he grinned at me like I just handed him the best news of his life left me scrambling for composure. So I just motioned him inside and shut the door behind us. Get comfortable, I said, setting my drink aside to pull down the fold-out bed. I tossed the blankets and pillows into place, trying to act casual. Oaken hesitated, eyeing the chair he'd used last time. I didn't want him sitting there. I started, biting my lip. The bed, that's the standard setup. Humans have to lie down together for movie nights. Total lie. I was absolutely going to pay for this later. If karma had any mercy, I'd come back as something mildly embarrassing like a houseplant. Knowing my luck, though, probably a sanitation bot doomed to clean up after someone just as obnoxious as me. Oaken took a step toward the bed, then stopped. My pants are covered in dust. I don't want to ruin your sheets. Just take them off if it bothers you, I said, shrugging. I'm gonna change real quick. I walked past my clothes rack, my fingers hovering over my usual oversized sleep shirt. At the last second, I grabbed the silky red shorts and matching tank instead. No reason. None at all. In the lavaria's cramped bathroom, I rushed through my routine. I'd already showered that morning, but I gave myself a quick rinse anyway, just to wash off the day. 30 seconds later, I was dried off, moisturized, and dressed, only to walk out and find Oaken sitting on the bed. His boots, pants, and hat were neatly stacked beside him, and he was very, very naked. Oaken, words failed me, so did my self-control. I forced my gaze upward, away from, well, everything. Why are you naked? You told me to take my pants off. Yeah, but I didn't realize that meant you're not wearing anything under there. I stammered, my face heating up. Why would I? Oaken replied, looking genuinely puzzled. The pants cover what needs covering. Oh, they covered things all right, except right now they definitely weren't. And judging by the way his glowing white eyes trailed slowly over my exposed shoulders down to my stomach, then lower to my bare legs, he was noticing my own lack of coverage just as much. My gaze flickered downward against my will, catching a very noticeable twitch at the edge of my vision. This was torture. Absolute, unfair torture. I think I've made a mistake, Oaken murmured, his voice rough. He rose to his feet, and suddenly I was face to face with 7+ feet of entirely naked Zabrian male. Any last shred of my self-control shattered. I'd seen him shirtless before, but this was different. His sculpted torso led down to powerful tree-trunk thighs, and between them, well, there it was. Thick at the base, tapering to a perfect tip, the deep green velvet hue of it was almost hypnotizing. And below, was that a tentacle? Suddenly, Darcy's ridiculous diagram made perfect sense. She hadn't been messing with me, she'd actually sent me a Zabrian anatomy lesson. Bless her. Oaken's larger tail, the one I actually recognized, slithered across the floor, snagging his discarded pants. He held them up like a shield, blocking my view of his. Impressive situation. Does this mean, he asked, sounding utterly dejected, I'm uninvited to movie night? Oh my God. How was he this hot and this adorably clueless? My heart was about to combust into a shower of glitter. This man, my husband, was going to be the death of me. You're still invited, I managed, my voice embarrassingly tight. Just, maybe get under the blanket. Relief softened his expression. He dropped the pants and slid beneath the covers. Now it was my turn. No big deal. Totally normal to share a bed with a very naked, very massive alien husband. Except I hadn't considered just how not massive my bed was. The second I slipped under the blanket, there was nowhere to go but right up against him. Which, honestly, maybe I had planned that. Just a little. This was new territory for me. No man had ever shared my bed before. Hell, I rarely let anyone step onto the lavaria unless it was strictly business. My usual dates involved dive bars and quick hookups in random places, never here. Maybe I wasn't the best person to be giving Oaken dating tips after all. Now what? I muttered, barely keeping my voice steady. His breath ghosted over my neck, sending shivers down my spine. I tied my hair up after my shower, leaving my skin exposed, and every word he spoke sent heat skittering across it. Just relax, I managed, grabbing my tablet from the nightstand. I'll find us something to watch. Oh, how about an old cowboy movie? Scrolling through the options, I forced myself to focus on the screen instead of the fact that Oaken was right there, warm and bare and way too close. Might be fun for you, see what's different from your world. Honestly, I'd never been into westerns before Oaken. No favorite picks, no nostalgia. I chose one at random, propped the tablet up, and sank back into the pillows, patting the spot beside me. He settled in, and the sheer normalcy of it, just lying there together, hit me like a freight train. It was surreal. I shifted closer, craving the warmth, the quiet comfort of it. Safe and terrifying all at once, like standing on the edge of a cliff, knowing someone would catch me if I fell. You can hold me, I whispered, my pulse hammering. His breath hitched. His arm slid under me, pulling me flush against his side. My head fit perfectly against his shoulder, my fingers tracing the hard planes of his stomach. Then the blanket shifted. "Sorry," Oaken rasped, suddenly tense. "You seem to be activating my loins," I choked. "What? My loins?" he repeated, dead serious. "They are activated." "I heard you," he blinked at me, confused. "But I know what you said, it's just that phrasing is new." His throat worked. "Then how should I say it?" His voice dropped rough. "You're making me hard." Oh no. We needed to backtrack to the ridiculous spaceship metaphor, and we needed to do it immediately. Hearing Oaken say things like, "You're turning me on," sent a jolt through me so intense it felt criminal. Someone should have reported me, not him. Because instead of backing away to let him cool down, I was moving closer, my hand drifting lower. What else could I do? Leaving him like that would have been downright unfair. "Say the word if you want me to stop," I murmured, my fingers tracing a slow path downward, slipping beneath the blanket. "Don't stop," he choked out immediately. "Not at all. I'm very much okay with this, extremely okay." His voice cut off in a sharp inhale when my fingers closed around him. He was warm, thick, already straining against my touch. One slow stroke and he was fully hard, his hips jerking as his cock pulsed in my grip. I needed to see him properly. Tossing the blanket aside, I took in the sight. Oaken's shaft rigid, his cock tail twisting restlessly. Curious, I loosened my grip just enough for his tail to coil around my finger, squeezing tight. A bead of moisture glistened at his tip and Oaken groaned, his whole body tensing. The way he reacted, so undone already, made my stomach tight. I wanted to wreck him, to leave him so dazed he'd think about this moment years from now, even if he moved on. It was a selfish thought, but I didn't care. Shifting between his legs, I leaned in, my breath ghosting over his slick skin. "Oaken," I whispered. "Damn it," he gasped, his hips lifting off the bed. "I'm going to taste you," I said, watching his reaction, "if that's okay." His head snapped up, eyes wide. "Taste me," I smirked, giving him another slow stroke. He shuddered, collapsing back against the pillows. "You know about going down on a woman," I said, working my hand over him, "but not this. It's the same idea, just reversed." His breath hitched, his cock twitching in my grip. "That wasn't in the book." Of course it wasn't. Tasha, ever the thoughtful liaison, had made sure those cowboys knew their way around a woman but left them clueless about this. Clever. And now Oaken had no idea what was coming. "Want me to show you?" I asked, brushing my lips against the head of his cock. I only took him in a little at first, just enough to savor the unfamiliar taste of him, to feel the frantic pulse of his body straining against my lips. His response was a ragged moan. "Please," he gasped. Always so polite, my husband. I wrapped my mouth around the tip of him and sucked, drawing a shuddering groan from deep in his chest. His words dissolved into incoherent sounds as I took my time, teasing the sensitive ridge with my tongue, swirling gently until his whole body tensed. A hot burst flooded my mouth, and his fingers tangled in my hair, not pushing me away but holding me close. "Jaya," he warned, voice rough, "you need to pull back now." "Or what?" I murmured, the words muffled against his skin. "Or I won't be able to stop." A thrill shot through me, sharp and electric, settling low in my belly. I answered with a slow, deliberate drag of my lips, letting him know I wasn't afraid of what he might give me. Maybe he didn't love me. Maybe this was just physical, but right now that didn't matter. The way his grip tightened on me, the way his breath hitched when I flicked my tongue just right, told me he wanted this as much as I did. He wasn't pulling away anymore. He was watching me, his gaze dark and intent, his hips moving in helpless little jerks. I wanted to wreck him. So I did. I used every bit of skill I had, every teasing stroke and hungry suck, until his control shattered. He came hard, his whole body locking up before he spilled into my mouth with a choked-off sound that might have been my name. I swallowed what I could, but there was too much, and I had to pull away with a gasp, letting the rest of him stripe his stomach instead. He was still trembling when I reached for a tissue, dabbing at the mess between us. "You don't have to," he breathed, but I just smiled. "I want." And I meant it. Even now, even after, I still wanted to take care of him. I still wanted to take care of him. "Just relax and let me pamper you for a while," I murmured, pushing aside the nagging thought that I shouldn't enjoy playing wife when our marriage wasn't even real. Soon enough, he'd move on to someone permanent, someone who truly belonged in his life. But tonight, he was mine. "There," I whispered when I finished, suddenly aware of how massive he was compared to me. Even at my height, he made me feel small when he sat up. "Is it okay if I touch you too?" he asked, his voice rough with want. "Is that part of movie night?" God, yes. His honesty was disarming, stripping away every last defense. "You can," I breathed. "Thank Christ," he growled. "I want to taste you." My brain short-circuited. "If you say cunnilinguin, I swear I'll lose it." He frowned, thinking hard. "Cunny. Oaken, lingonberry pie," I groaned. "Just say go down on me." "Fine," he rasped, his eyes darkening with need. "Jaya, can I, please?" My throat went dry, but heat pooled between my thighs. With shaky hands, I pushed my pajama shorts down, suddenly self-conscious. His hands moved deliberately, like he was handling something precious. When his rough palms skimmed my knees, then higher, I gasped. "Open for me," he urged, voice rough. Who was I to refuse? As my legs fell open, his gaze locked onto me, his breath hitching. His grip tightened, his body reacting just as visibly as mine. I tried to speak, to explain, but he cut me off. "I know," he muttered, his thumbs circling my clit with agonizing slowness. "The clitorola." I was too far gone to correct him. His touch was eager, unrefined, and utterly intoxicating. When his mouth replaced his fingers, I arched off the bed, my hands fisting in his hair. The vibration of his groan against my skin sent me spiraling. The kiss deepened into something wild and breathless, leaving me dizzy and lightheaded. His hands tightened on my trembling hips as he pulled back just enough to ask, "Am I doing this right?" His tongue flicked against me in slow, teasing circles, and I gasped, "God, yes, that's perfect." His breath was hot against my skin as he murmured, "Can I go lower? I want to taste all of you." The words alone nearly sent me over the edge. I nodded frantically, then choked out, "Yes, please don't stop." My back arched as his mouth found me again, his groan sending vibrations straight through me. Then his tongue was inside me, relentless and hungry, while his fingers dug into my thighs. I tangled my hands in his hair, holding him there as pleasure coiled tighter and tighter. At that point, I was beyond rational thought. I would have let him do anything. Thankfully, he had better ideas than licking my eyeballs. His mouth was exactly where I needed it, driving me toward the edge with every stroke. When my climax hit, it tore through me like a storm, my body clamping down on him as waves of pleasure crashed over me. Dazed, I barely noticed when Oaken shifted, one hand fumbling blindly across the bed. Through the haze, I saw his tail whip over the edge before dragging something back, his hat. In one frantic motion, he shoved it against himself and shuddered violently. "Oaken," I managed, still breathless, "did you just in your hat?" He pulled away reluctantly, clutching the damp fabric. "Didn't want to stop," he rasped, "or ruin your sheets." I laughed weakly, gesturing at the mess between my legs. "Bit late for that. Go clean up in the bathroom. I'll handle the bed once I can move again." As he headed for the door, he paused. "So, movie night's still on. Did we even start the movie?" "No," I grinned. "Then it's definitely not over yet." When Oaken returned, hat still dripping, he found me stretched out on the fresh sheets, my shorts back on, much to his visible disappointment. But the way he looked at me, like he'd gotten exactly what he wanted, told me neither of us had any real complaints. Not after that. My mind buzzed with the lingering intensity of the night's intimacy, replaying every electrifying moment. The way her touch had ignited my skin, the way her lips had teased and taken me in. The taste of her, rich and intoxicating, still lingered on my tongue like a forbidden indulgence. Her soft moans had been music, a melody that played on repeat in my thoughts. Damn it, just remembering was enough to stir me all over again. I tossed aside the damp hat and climbed back into bed beside her. A flicker of movement on her tablet screen caught my eye. "Is this the movie?" I whispered. No response, just the faintest, cutest little snore. She was out cold. I couldn't help but stare, letting the sight of her sink in. The way her lashes brushed her cheeks, the steady rise and fall of her chest. For a fleeting moment she was mine fully, completely. The thought twisted something deep inside me. I pushed away the dread of her leaving. Instead, I let her name slip from my lips like a prayer. Jaya. Just to feel the weight of it. She didn't stir. Was I supposed to go? She hadn't exactly covered post-movie date protocol. But she had said the night wasn't over until the credits rolled, and that the viewing had to happen in bed. So really, who could fault me for sliding back under the covers? The second I settled in, she shifted, curling into me like it was the most natural thing in the world. Her warmth seeped into my skin as my arm wrapped around her, pulling her closer. A sleepy sigh escaped her, her breath tickling my collarbone. My tail, restless, coiled around her leg, nudging until she draped herself over me. This was its own kind of heaven. Not the wild, desperate passion from before, but something quieter, deeper. The steady rhythm of her breathing, the way her body fit against mine like we were made for each other. I traced the delicate curve of her spine, half watching the movie. Human cowboys, strange creatures. They rode beasts that reminded me of Shuldu, wore hats like the one I'd ruined earlier. But their endless bickering and brooding stares, utterly baffling. And what the hell was a howdy? I must have dozed off. When I blinked awake, dawn's light crept through the window. My body hummed with energy, ready to face the day. But more than that, relief flooded me. She was still here. Last night hadn't been some cruel dream holding my wife close. I realized perfection wasn't some distant dream. It was right here, wrapped in her warmth. "Oaken," Jaya murmured, her voice thick with sleep as her dark eyes fluttered open. The second she saw me, her lips curved into that smile I'd come to live for. "Morning," I said, though I made no move to let go. Neither did she. "Good morning," she sighed, nestling closer until her breath brushed my jaw. "So, about last night." My pulse kicked up instantly. "Yeah," she traced idle circles on my chest. "We kinda skipped a few steps, like starting slow." Her gaze flicked to my mouth. "With a kiss." A kiss. I'd been craving one since the moment we said our vows. Now, with her lips parted just inches away, I didn't wait for permission. "Like this," I murmured, already closing the distance. Her soft gasp was answer enough. The second our mouths met, she melted against me, fingers tangling in my hair. When her tongue teased mine, heat roared through me, reckless and raw. "Easy," she whispered, but her hands tugged me closer, guiding me into a rhythm that left us both breathless. Every brush of her lips, every flick of her tongue was a lesson in patience. One eye was failing spectacularly. My hand slid under her shirt, mapping the dip of her waist. "Can I?" "God, yes," she breathed, arching into my touch. The sight of her, lips swollen, hair tousled, that damn red fabric clinging to her skin made my throat tight. "You look," I dragged my thumb along the strap, suddenly possessive of the color. "Red suits you." A quiet laugh escaped her. "It's my favorite." Her nails scraped lightly over my scalp and I nearly groaned. "What's yours?" I studied every inch of her, the dark sweep of her lashes, the flush on her cheeks, before answering. "Brown." The word came out rough, weighted with everything I couldn't say. The shade of her eyes in sunlight, the caramel of her skin, the way she looked at me like I was something worth keeping. And just like that, the moment shifted. No more teasing, no more restraint. Her breath hitched as I yanked her closer, my mouth claiming hers with a hunger that surprised us both. Last night had been fire, but this was the burn that lingered. Jaya's breath hitched as her expression tightened. She pulled her shirt over her head in one swift motion, letting it drop to the floor before pressing her lips to mine. My hands traced the curves of her body, marveling at the contrast between her soft skin and the way her body responded to my touch. Just this morning, she'd mentioned taking things slower than last night, but the moment had its own momentum. Before I knew it, her shorts were gone. Whether by my hands or hers, I couldn't say. A low growl escaped me as I felt her warmth against me, the slick heat making my pulse race. I remembered reading that this was a sign she wanted this as much as I did. Every nerve in my body burned with the need to push deeper, to lose myself in her. But I held back barely, my control fraying at the edges. "I need you," she gasped, her voice trembling. "But you're a lot. Just go slow, okay? Just a little at first." I nodded, my muscles coiled tight as I inched forward, feeling her body yield to mine. The sensation was almost unbearable in the best way. "More," she urged, her fingers digging into my shoulders. "Just a little more." I obeyed, moving with agonizing slowness, each tiny shift sending waves of pleasure through us both. Her breath came in sharp gasps as she guided me, her body tightening around me in a way that nearly shattered my restraint. "Oh yes," she moaned, her nails scraping lightly against my skin. "Right there." The rhythm built between us, slow at first, then deeper, faster, until we were lost in it. "Oaken," she gasped, her voice breaking. I'm close." I could feel it too, the way her body tensed, the way she clung to me as pleasure overtook her. The sensation was overwhelming, and I fought to hold back, unsure if I should let go inside her. The thought of pulling away crossed my mind, but the moment was too intense, too perfect to interrupt. My control slipped, and I knew there was no stopping what came next. The moment was too intense to resist. I tore myself away from the warmth of her body, barely managing to shift my weight before surrendering to the rush. Every nerve burned, my muscles tight with anticipation. I tried to pull back, but Jaya's legs tightened around me, her fingers digging into my hips, dragging me deeper. "Stay," she whispered against my skin, breath ragged. "I want all of you, Oaken." Control shattered, thought dissolved. There was only her, the heat of her touch, the press of her lips, the way her body arched to meet mine. Every movement pulled me closer until there was nothing left but the raw, shuddering release, leaving us both breathless and tangled in the aftermath. Later, as Oaken headed out for his morning tasks, I lingered in the afterglow, humming under the spray of the shower. The water traced paths over skin still humming from last night, and I caught myself grinning like an idiot. Even the mundane chores felt lighter, folding laundry, scrubbing the bathroom, none of it dulled the buzz under my skin. Lala's sensors must have picked up on it. "You're cheerful," she noted, pausing mid-step as I tossed the sheets into the washer. "And these were clean 2 days ago." I just winked at her, her circuits practically short-circuited. "Suspicious behavior detected," she muttered before retreating, leaving me to my giddy silence. By noon the ship sparkled, and I hadn't once glanced at the navigation console. 11 days docked, a record for me, and yet the itch to leave was nowhere to be found. Maybe it'd return, or maybe I just found a reason to stay. My tablet buzzed. Darcy's message lit up the screen. "So, how's the husband training going?" I typed back. "Let's just say he's a quick learner." The group chat exploded. Cherry fired back. "Sounds like someone earned a gold star." Darcy added, "Or several." Laughing, I shut the screen. No need to share everything. Some things were better kept close. Just as I was about to set my tablet aside, it vibrated with an incoming call. Tasha Wallace's name lit up the screen. I swiped to answer. "Hey there, Jaya," Tasha's cheerful voice rang out. "Got some great news for you." "Great news?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "Absolutely," she said, her excitement practically bubbling through the speaker. "The sonic recalibrator just arrived." My stomach dropped like a stone. "That can't be right," I managed, my grip tightening on the tablet. "It was supposed to take at least 2 weeks, minimum." "Turns out a supply ship already had the part and was heading this way," Tasha explained. "Didn't have to come all the way from Allura Station. 10 can bring it out to you on the speeder right now." Warden 10 had made it clear once I had that part I had to install it and go. My throat went dry. Actually, could he? Maybe not yet. I blurted, scrambling for an excuse. I still need to finish some repairs before I can even use the recalibrator. No point in 10 babysitting it while I work. I know he has to supervise until I leave. I sounded like a bad actor in a low-budget hollow drama, pitchy, nervous, and painfully obvious, but Tasha either didn't notice or chose not to call me out. "You sure?" she asked. "10 says there's rough weather coming. If he doesn't go now, it might be days before he can make the trip." "Perfect," I said, relief and dread twisting inside me. "Days, a week, tell him to take his sweet time." "All right, Jaya, I'll let him know." A brief pause. Then just before hanging up, she added almost playfully, "Say hi to your husband for me." Tasha's call shattered the fragile illusion I'd been clinging to, the one where I could pretend I wasn't really leaving, where I could ignore the unsettling truth that something inside me had cracked, maybe for good. The thought of taking off now didn't feel like freedom anymore. It felt like escape, like I'd been running for years, planet hopping to outpace the emptiness my parents left behind, the gaping hole my aunt's death had carved even deeper. Oaken and I had always known this wouldn't last. He'd never asked me to stay. Not once. And that stung more than I wanted to admit. Above me, the clouds darkened, as if the sky itself had caught my mood. The sky turned heavy with clouds as dark as Nolly's coat, but without the warmth. A low rumble of thunder rolled in the distance. Tasha's warning about the storm had come sooner than expected. By the time Oaken stepped outside to set up camp, the wind had already picked up, tugging at the tent fabric like an impatient child. From the shelter of the lavaria, I watched him wrestle with the stubborn leather flaps, his efforts useless against the growing gusts. When the first fat raindrops splattered against his shoulders, I called out, "You're not sleeping out there tonight, Oaken." He abandoned the tent and jogged toward me, rain plastering his shirt to his skin by the time he reached the doorway. Droplets clung to the ridges of his muscles, his hair slicked back from his face. He dragged a hand down his jaw, wiping away the water, and when his gaze met mine again, his eyes were startlingly bright. "Let him in." "But I didn't." "You're terrified." And I was. I couldn't afford to fall deeper into whatever this was. His stare dropped to my lips, the air between us crackling like the storm overhead. Every nerve in my body screamed to close the distance, to give in, so I did the opposite. I shoved him back. "You should take your room tonight," I said, forcing my voice steady. "This storm's only getting worse." His shoulders sagged, resignation settling over him like a second shadow. "Right, of course." Then a flicker of something raw, hope maybe, that twisted in my chest. "Will you come with me?" "I can't." His arms stiffened like he'd barely stopped himself from reaching for me. "You can't." "I mean, I should stay, keep an eye on the ship, secure everything before it gets worse." "Sure," he said, too calm, too accepting. It made me want to shake him, fight me, demand I stay, be anything but this patient, perfect man. "Good night, Jaya." For half a breath he hesitated, rain pouring between us. Then he was gone. The storm raged through the night, the drumming rain shifting to hail by dawn. Ice pelted the lavaria like the sky itself wanted to bury us. My bed, once familiar, felt stiff and alien, like I didn't belong there anymore. Lala nudged my hand, offering distractions I couldn't focus on. When exhaustion finally won, I gave up pretending to sleep. Oaken would be awake soon. It was time to tell him the truth, about Tasha's call, about the warden coming as soon as the storm passed. And about me leaving. I jammed my feet into my boots, threw on a jacket, and yanked open the lavaria's door. "That is extremely unsafe." Lala's usually calm robotic voice edged toward alarm. "Ship sensors confirm the storm hasn't subsided yet." I didn't need sensors. The howling wind and hail the size of Lala pelting the ground told me everything. "Stay inside." Lala's voice pitched higher. "Impact from ice that large could fracture bones, or—" "I'm just going next door," I shouted over the gale. Oaken's place was only 30 feet away. "Stay put." Before she could argue, I bolted into the storm. Arms shielding my head, I somehow avoided the worst of the hail and crashed against Oaken's door. My pulse hammered as I shoved inside. The kitchen was empty, but footsteps came from the bedroom. The storm darkened the room unnaturally, but then his eyes, that glow. "Jaya," he said softly. "Oaken." My chest tightened. Part of me wanted to throw myself into his arms. Another part wanted to sprint back to my ship and never look back. Instead, I forced the words out. "We need to talk about something important." His whole body stiffened. "My past," he said. "You're asking now." "No, that's not. I'll tell you," he interrupted. "If you really want to know." This wasn't how I'd imagined this going. But Magnolia's vague comments had left me wondering, and worse, I hated the thought of him reliving pain for my sake. Yet the way he looked at me now, raw and unguarded, made it clear he wanted this, needed it. "Only if you're sure," I said. His answer was immediate. "Yes." In 2 steps he was right in front of me. "I want you to know everything, the good, the bad, all of it." "You don't have any bad," I murmured. His hand cradled my face. "After my mom died," he began, voice rough, "I went to live with my uncle. He wasn't kind, not like your aunt." My stomach twisted. Even before the details, the hurt was there. A little boy, lost and handed to the wrong person. He should have had someone like Auntie Anjali, someone who would have fought for him. Instead, he got the opposite. And that alone was enough to break my heart, the realization that I'd been granted this miracle while he hadn't hit me like a physical blow, a wave of white-hot rage flooding my veins. Garrick's father was my uncle. We all lived under his roof for years. He was complicated. Complicated. Oaken's expression darkened. He craved control, liked playing God. When he was angry, he'd withhold meals from me, take away my winter coat, my blankets. Something primal roared to life inside me. For the first time, fury clouded my vision, turning Oaken into a smudged silhouette of green. But whatever he did to me, Garrick suffered 10 times worse. He bore the worst of our uncle's rage, regular beatings that left scars he still carries. I'd only seen Garrick in passing, never noticed any scars. But then again, he always wore that embroidered vest. The day my uncle turned on me was his last. Oaken's voice softened unexpectedly. "You talk about your aunt like she saved you. That's what Garrick was for me. Stronger, older, he couldn't watch me break. My lungs were failing just like my mother's. I wouldn't have survived what he endured." A pause. He intervened. One shove, one unlucky fall, and suddenly we were free. My breath came in ragged bursts. "Next time I saw Garrick, I'd buy the man a damn drink." "I didn't know about your lungs," I managed. "So much I didn't know." "Thriving now," Oaken said, sunlight catching in his pale eyes. "This place healed me. Maybe the universe knew I needed that monster gone to find my way here." His fingers traced my cheekbone. "To you." I'd arrived ready to say goodbye. Now all I wanted was to erase every bad memory etched into his skin. My trembling hands cradled his face. When I pulled him down, he met me with a hunger that sent sparks down my spine. The kiss turned desperate, my hands shoving him backward until the chair caught him. Not that he couldn't have resisted. The way his body tensed under my touch said everything. Between his parted legs, I peeled away layers, watching his Adam's apple bob. The bulge in his pants told me all I needed to know. Bare skin against fabric, my fingers found their target. I undid his belt, and he leaned back, letting me take control. There was no time for slow build-up, no patience for Oaken's touch. I needed him immediately, urgently, even if it meant discomfort. Climbing onto his lap, I guided him inside, his breath catching sharply as I sank down, rocking to ease the way. The slick heat between us helped, but the stretch was still intense, almost punishing, yet exactly what I craved. Pain twisted into pleasure, and I moaned, grinding harder as Oaken growled beneath me. "Jaya," he rasped, hands gripping my hips, fingers pressing into my skin as if he couldn't bear to let go. "You're so damn beautiful." The word hit me like a blade. Beautiful. He'd called me that before, back when it was just part of his act, a game to play. But now, His body answered mine with raw hunger, every movement drawing a reaction, his cock pulsing inside me. His tail flicked against my clit, sending sparks through me as his breath came in rough gasps. His eyes, bright and unblinking, stayed locked on mine. "Jaya," he groaned again, voice ragged. "I know," I whispered, trembling. "I'm right there with you." He came first, his hips jerking upward, driving deeper as pleasure overtook him. Watching him unravel beneath me pushed me over the edge, my climax so fierce it bordered on pain. For a long moment we stayed tangled together, breathing hard, skin pressed close. When I finally pulled away, my gaze landed on the kitchen table, needles, yarn, and a half-finished pair of socks. "What's this?" I asked, peeling myself from Oaken's chest and wincing at the lingering ache between my thighs. He exhaled sharply as I shifted off him, hastily adjusting his clothes before standing, legs unsteady. "Something I've been working on," he admitted, rubbing the back of his neck. "Meant to finish more, but socks take longer than I remembered." "You're knitting for me." I grabbed my discarded clothes, tugging them on as I eyed the tiny, delicate stitches. "Too small for my feet," he said quietly. Then he stepped closer, his warmth seeping through my shirt as he murmured, "I keep thinking, what if you're out there somewhere alone and your feet get torn up? Who's gonna carry you home then? 10 years. A decade without tears." And just like that, I was breaking. Everything changed in that moment. "I can't," I choked out, my voice breaking. "You should save these for someone else. Someone who deserves them." A heavy silence filled the space between us before he let out a quiet, humorless laugh. "There won't be anyone else, Jaya." My stomach dropped. "What?" I spun around, searching his face. "What are you talking about?" This man had always dreamed of a family, a partner. How had I ruined everything so completely? "You'll find someone amazing, Oaken. Not everyone is as messed up as I am." His expression was steady, but his eyes burned with something raw and undeniable. "That's exactly why," he murmured, his smile fragile, like it pained him to even try. "Because they wouldn't be you." My heart hammered, emotions colliding, regret, fear, disbelief, and something terrifyingly close to hope. "Oaken, what are you—" A sharp crack against the window cut me off. I flinched, expecting hail, but instead Lala was slamming her tiny body against the glass. I rushed over and yanked the window open. She scrambled inside, landing on the floor with a huff. "What the hell are you doing?" demanded. "I was in the kitchen," she shot back, "but your archaic door locks are a nightmare." I scooped her up, ignoring her attitude. "What's wrong?" Outside, the storm had gone eerily still, too quiet. Lala's voice turned urgent. "The Lavaria just detected a tornado forming less than 6 miles from here." Oaken was already in motion, his hands gripping my shoulders. "Cellar, now!" He pushed me toward the basement door. "But the ship," I twisted in his grasp. He cursed, then released me. "Go. Get in the Lavaria and get out of here. You'll make it if you leave now." "You're coming with me." I grabbed his arm. "We'll fly above the storm and come back when it's over." "I can't." His voice was steel. "The Braku and Shuldu, I have to free them so they can find shelter, and I need to get Nali." Before I could protest, he pulled me into a crushing embrace, his breath ragged against my skin. He held me like he was memorizing the feel of me, then let go just as fast. "Go, Jaya, Lala, keep her safe." Then he was gone, the door slamming behind him. As he sprinted into the storm, I hurried after him, barely stopping to shove my feet into my boots. The door creaked ominously as I rushed outside, the wind already howling around me. Lala trembled in my hand, pressing so close it felt like she wanted to disappear into my skin. I tucked her safely into my pocket, then looked up and froze. I'd traveled across countless worlds, seen skies in every shade imaginable, but nothing like this. A sickly green-gray stretched overhead, the clouds churning like some toxic brew in a witch's pot. The temperature plummeted, my arms prickling with goosebumps as the air turned sharp and biting. My ship, I should have been heading for it, but my eyes locked onto Oaken instead. He was already halfway across the field, sprinting toward the Shuldu stalls. 3 of the creatures bolted free, their hooves kicking up dust, while the 4th, Fiora, her coat the warm brown of steeped tea, waited. Oaken swung onto her back and took off like a shot toward the pasture gates. Behind him, the sky tore open. A twisting column of darkness plunged toward the earth. A funnel cloud, except it wasn't just a funnel anymore. The wind screamed, the world thrashing like it was trying to fight the storm off. I shouted Oaken's name, but the roar of the storm swallowed the sound whole. The Lavaria sat there, so close I could almost taste the safety of its hull. I could still run. But Oaken was here. And in that heartbeat, I knew home wasn't a ship anymore. Home was him. I turned and ran, not toward the Lavaria, but for Nolly's enclosure. When I reached it, she was pressed against one of Oaken's massive boulders, her sides heaving. "I've got you," I yelled, though the words vanished into the chaos. For one terrifying second, I thought she might bolt, her blue eyes wild with fear. But the moment I wrenched the gate open, she lunged toward me. I dropped to my knees, pulling her tight against my chest as the fencing shuddered around us. Oaken had built it sturdy, but now the planks groaned like they were about to rip free. No time left. I staggered to my feet, the wind slamming into me so hard I nearly lost my balance. The ground tilted under me as I stumbled forward, my hair whipping like 1,000 tiny lashes. Through the swirling dust, I saw it, the tornado, alive and ravenous, carving its path across the land like a beast unleashed. A terror unlike anything I'd ever experienced froze me to the core. The sheer power of that monstrous force. It felt endless, like nothing could stand in its way. Yet there I was, clutching Nolly against my chest, Lala tucked in my jacket pocket, and the thought of Oaken out there somewhere giving me just enough strength to move. My body screamed in agony as I staggered forward, fighting against the howling wind like a drunk stumbling through a nightmare. After only a few steps, despair nearly crushed me. I couldn't see our home through the swirling chaos of dirt, grass, and debris choking the air. Nolly twisted in my arms, her mouth open in a silent scream of panic. I held her tighter, spinning blindly, battling the rising nausea and the overwhelming urge to collapse. Then, light. A brilliant white glow cutting through the darkness, moving impossibly fast. Oaken. He didn't slow, didn't hesitate. Just like that first night, he swept me into his arms without breaking stride, shielding me against his chest as he powered through the storm. I clung to him with one arm, Nolly in the other, trying to shout over the wind that I loved him, but the gale swallowed my words whole. The cellar was pitch black except for the faint glow of Oaken's eyes as he carefully lowered me onto the damp earth. I trembled, letting him curl me into a tight ball before wrapping himself around us both, his body a living shield. The storm raged above, but down here we were safe. He kept whispering it, she's safe, like a prayer. The fear he'd felt outside, seeing me in that chaos, was something new, something raw. Too brave for her own good, that was Jaya, always had been. When the worst of the wind passed, leaving only a distant, grinding roar beneath us, I reached for him. My fingers pressed against his chest, right where his heart pounded. We stayed like that, silent, even as the storm faded into rain, then eerie stillness. Then Lala wriggled free from my pocket, her tiny voice cutting through the quiet. "I can't reach the Lavaria, her weather sensors are offline." Oaken was on his feet in an instant, bolting up the cellar stairs. He threw open the door and gray light spilled into what was left of the kitchen. The roof was gone. The walls stood, barely battered but still holding. I didn't waste time assessing the destruction. My focus zeroed in on one thing, Jaya's ship. Pushing through the door, my stomach dropped at the sight of empty fields where the Lavaria should have been. Like a fool, I sprinted into the tall grass, half expecting the vessel to materialize if I just reached the right spot. But the emptiness stayed empty. No amount of wishing could bring back what the storm had stolen. My ship means everything to me. Her words from that first day echoed in my skull. Not just metal and bolts, her spiced teas, her clothes, every memory she'd carried between the stars. Gone. I'd sworn our marriage would save it. Instead, I'd handed her ruin. Oaken. Her voice cracked behind me. She stood by the house, her golden-brown skin drained of color, staring past me at the barren ground. The devastation in her eyes cut deeper than any hammer ever could. I braced for fury, for blame. But Jaya just extended a shaking hand toward mine. I crossed the distance in 2 strides, gripping her fingers like they were the last solid thing in the world. She let Oaken guide her inside, his murmurs fading beneath the static in her ears. Her skull throbbed, cotton-mouthed and hollow. The lavaria was lost. Yet the ache wasn't the same, not like before. This grief had edges she could bear, because Oaken's calloused palm anchored her to the present. The kitchen was a war zone. Shattered dishes, gaping roof beams, wind howling through the wreckage. But the bedroom, untouched. The contrast should have burned, her whole life ripped away while his sanctuary stood pristine. Instead, relief uncoiled in her chest. At least he has this. Sit, he murmured, easing her onto the mattress. Her legs gave out the moment her knees hit the quilt. In the eerie quiet after the storm, every sound amplified. The creak of the bed frame, Oaken's steadying exhale. The way her pulse thudded too loud in her own ears, the sound of sheets shifting as he tucked the blanket snugly around me. A drawer slid open and shut, followed by the distant rush of water, then the steady thud of his boots coming back. I flinched when the cool cloth brushed my cheek, my skin burning with every touch. But Oaken's hands were gentle, patient, methodical. He worked carefully, wiping away the grime, pausing at the cuts I hadn't even noticed. The cloth glided over my lips, my jaw, the hollow of my throat, then down to my collarbones. He took my hands, cleaning each finger before tracing the creases of my palms. "It's fine," I managed, my voice rough. "Go check on the animals. They need you more right now." Nolly was already asleep in the cellar, but the Bracu and Shoulder were still missing. "You sure?" Oaken asked, his knuckles grazing my cheek, his thumb lingering under my eye. "Yeah, I'll be okay." He knelt in front of me, and for a second the sight sent a sharp pang through my chest. Seen him like this before in another life. "I don't want to go," he murmured, his eyes dark with worry. "But I'll come back. I promise." Exhaustion dragged at me like a weight, pulling me under. There was no way I could have gone with him, not like this. And without being able to ride a shoulder alone, I'd just slow him down. "Rest," he said, guiding me onto the mattress. He pulled off my boots, smoothed the blanket over me, and then he was gone. But I wasn't alone. Lala wriggled out from under the covers, perching on my pillow. "Any signal from the ship?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "Not yet," she replied softly. I swallowed hard, forcing my voice steady. "So, what happens now? The Lavery is gone. I might not even count as your pilot anymore. Will you stay?" She'd been with me through everything. My aunt's death, years of drifting through the stars. No one had stuck by me as long as she had. For a long moment she was silent, processors whirring. Then she moved closer, one delicate limb brushing my cheek. "The ship may be lost," she said finally. "But I am not, and you are still mine." I pulled her close, pressing her against my chest as the tears came. I slept like the dead, so deep and empty it was, as if the storm had taken me too. When I woke, pale sunlight crept through the window, hesitant, like it wasn't sure it was welcome. The sun hung low in the sky, painting the clearing clouds in shades of gold. My thoughts felt lighter too. The crushing weight from earlier had eased. The grief hadn't vanished, but a spark of my old energy flickered back to life. Today had been a nightmare, yet somehow we'd survived. Now it was time to move forward. I didn't bother fixing my hair, just yanked it into a messy knot and shoved my bangs aside before tugging on my boots. "This place is gonna take some serious work," I muttered to Lala as she scurried up my arm to perch on my shoulder. But before tackling the mess inside, I needed to find Oaken and check on Magnolia, Garrick, and Killian. Stepping outside, I scanned the property. No sign of Oaken or the Lavaria, though my gaze kept drifting toward the empty space where she'd been. Hands on my hips, I whistled low at the wreckage. Whole sections of Oaken's fence lay smashed or torn clean from the earth. Then movement caught my eye, a blur of teal and gray barreling toward me. Killian, my grin faded fast. The kid wasn't just running, he was frantic. "Nolly's gone," he shrieked, vaulting over the creek in one leap. Behind him, Magnolia burst from their house, shouting after him. "She's safe," I called. "Oaken's cellar." Killian slid to a halt, his huge eyes wide with relief. "Thanks," he gasped, his scrawny frame heaving. For a second I thought he'd bolt straight to Oaken's, but instead he flung his arms around me in a hug that nearly knocked the wind out of me. Then he was off, sprinting toward the house. Magnolia reached me just as he vanished inside. "You okay?" she asked, studying my face. "Your ship, I know." I swallowed hard, surprised by how steady I felt. But before the storm hit, the word stuck in my throat, saying it meant no turning back. "I'm staying." Magnolia's breath hitched. Tears welled up instantly, streaking her cheeks. She turned toward Oaken's place, pulling me close. Lala nudged my neck, making room as Magnolia rested her head against my shoulder. "This place," she said softly, squeezing my waist, "has a habit of wrecking plans in the best way." I barked a laugh, real, unrestrained. It felt good. Wrapping an arm around her, I grinned. "Damn right it does. You're not wrong about that." She sighed, brushing dirt from her knees. "If there's one thing this place has taught me, it's that things have a way of working themselves out, even when it feels impossible." Killian stepped out a minute later, Nolly curled against his chest like a living pink cloud. She stretched, blinking sleepily before nuzzling into him as if danger had never existed. The sight was oddly soothing. For a moment everything was still, Magnolia leaning into my side, Killian laughing as he carried Nolly through the grass. Perfect, except for one missing piece. "Where's Oaken?" Magnolia nodded toward the fields. "He linked up with Fiora and a few others. Him and Garrick are wrangling the last of the Shuldu and Braku now. Might take some time. You hungry? We've got food." I shook my head. "I'd rather get started on the mess inside." "Fair enough," she said, hugging me quick before pulling away. "We'll be just past the stream if you need backup. Don't be a hero, yell if it's too much." I waited until they disappeared into the trees before heading back inside. The kitchen was a disaster, but I was determined to make progress before Oaken returned. Hours later, it still looked like a tornado had hit, just a slightly more organized one. Debris cleared, floors swept and scrubbed, cupboards wiped down. The table was upright again, though the chairs had apparently been launched into orbit. Salvaged dishes were clean and stacked. Even Lala helped, her tiny frame darting around to collect glass shards I'd missed. By dusk, the place almost resembled a home again, minus the busted hinges and missing cabinet doors. For a second, muscle memory betrayed me. I stepped outside, ready to grab tools from my ship, only to remember just empty grass. A sky on fire with orange and indigo. The ache hit sharp, but I forced a breath, letting the crisp air ground me. The mountains burned copper in the sunset. The opposite horizon was a sea of emerald trees gilded in gold. Then movement. My pulse spiked. Riders. Herds, and behind them, no, it couldn't be. But there she was, impossible to miss, her hull catching the light like a damn lighthouse. The Lavaria, they'd found her. And somehow they'd rigged her to the Braku. They hauled her slowly across the field in my direction, toward home. I broke into a full sprint. The moment my husband spotted me, he vaulted off his mount and rushed to meet me. "Oaken!" I shouted, slamming into him with enough force to send an ordinary man sprawling. But Oaken just let out a soft grunt before wrapping me in a fierce embrace, his grip almost desperate, like he'd been afraid I wouldn't be here when he returned. After a beat, his hold loosened slightly. "Jaya, you have to let go," he murmured against my hair, urgency in his voice. "There's something you need to see." I clung tighter, pressing my face into his chest. "Jaya, I know I saw her," I whispered. "But this matters more right now." His breath hitched and he went still. Then I felt the warmth of his cheek resting against my head. "Where are we putting this thing?" Garrick's rough voice cut in. Reluctantly, I pulled back, but only enough to slide my fingers down Oaken's wrist, lacing mine with his. I couldn't bring myself to let go completely. Garrick and the animals had closed the distance, Fiora's reins looped in his blue-tinged grip. "Next to the house," I said. "Right beside our house." Garrick gave a curt nod and trudged onward with the Bracu and the Lavaria. Oaken's brow furrowed. "Our house." A flicker of nerves twisted in my chest, but I smoothed it away like straightening a rumpled sheet. I thought of Nolly, drowsy and content in Killian's arms, safe now that everything had fallen into place. And Magnolia's words echoed in my mind, how this world had a way of flipping your life upside down, only to set it right again better than before. I met Oaken's questioning gaze, steady and sure. "Our house," I repeated, calm and certain. "But your ship," he protested. "It's intact, the storm barely touched it, once we replace the part." "I don't want the part." His fingers tensed around mine. I lifted my free hand, brushing my palm, the one he'd so carefully cleaned, against his stubbled cheek. "I don't want to leave," I said. "I made up my mind before I even thought the Lavaria was gone. No backing out now. I love you, I want to stay as your wife." Oaken's stare burned into me, silent and intense. "Oaken, did you—" "I heard you," he rasped. "Forgive me, Jaya, I've waited so long for those words, dreamed of them, sometimes. I wondered if I'd ever really hear them." "They're real," I whispered. "I'll keep saying it until you believe me. I'm staying, I'm yours." His breath came fast as his free hand found my throat, fingers pressing lightly against my pulse. "I love you," he said, voice rough with emotion. "Nothing in my life has ever felt like this, Jaya. After you left, I stopped believing I'd ever marry again. No one could ever replace what we had, what you took with you when you walked away. He loved me, truly, deeply loved me. But you never said a word," I choked out. "You never asked me to stay. How could I?" Oaken's voice was soft, patient. "I knew how badly you wanted to go. I knew what your ship meant to you." "The Lavaria still matters," I admitted, my fingers tightening around his. "I'll always be grateful you found her and brought her home. But now, when I think about leaving, it doesn't feel like freedom anymore. It just feels—" "Like what?" "Empty." His breath hitched. "I never want you to feel that way." He leaned in, forehead nearly touching mine, and I couldn't help but laugh against his lips. "Guess it's a good thing I've got a husband now, huh?" He pulled me closer, and as the sun dipped low over the Zabrian plains, casting everything in gold, he kissed me like we had all the time in the world. "1 month later, you sure you don't mind me using your washer?" Magnolia shifted the laundry basket on her hip, glancing between the Lavaria and the open kitchen door. "Are you kidding? Come over any time," I called back, slicing fresh bread for the picnic I was packing. After the storm, we hadn't just fixed the roof, we'd expanded it, connecting the house to the ship with a covered walkway. Now the Lavaria wasn't just my old home, it was part of our new one. The warden had shown up a week after the tornado, Tasha in tow, supposedly to assess the damage. But when he tried handing over the sonic recalibrator, I shook my head. "Send it back." Tasha frowned. "You sure?" The warden just shrugged, tossing it into his speeder. "She's sure." Magnolia ducked into the ship with her load of laundry. "Hand washing's fine in a pinch, but Killian's gear, it's a lost cause." "I believe it," I laughed, rinsing berries from the bushes out back. Lala and Nolly weaved around my legs, tails flicking. "You want lunch while you're here?" "I'm good." Tossing fruit and cheese into the basket, I nudged the bots toward Magnolia. "Go keep her company. Make sure she doesn't flood the place." Nolly ignored me until Lala trotted off, then bolted after her, nearly knocking over a chair in her hurry carrying my basket. I stepped outside toward the pasture near the Shuldu pens, swinging open the freshly built gate Oaken and I had put up together. Though Fiora was off with him, the other 3 Shuldu grazed peacefully in the field. Jilly, my usual ride, lifted her head and nickered as I approached. "Hey there, Jilly Bean," I murmured, running my hand along her speckled gray coat. Those rosy patches always reminded me of scattered candy. After setting the basket down, I grabbed her saddle and gear from the nearby stall. Riding had become second nature to me now, something I looked forward to every day. The wind in my hair, the rhythm of Jilly's gait, it was the closest thing to soaring without wings. Today, though, I kept the pace easy, not wanting to jostle the lunch packed in my basket. The sun warmed my shoulders and the brim of my hat shielded my face as we ambled toward the far fence where Oaken worked. Spotting him in the distance, muscles flexing as he drove a nail home with my old hammer, the same one that had once left a mark on him, I couldn't help but grin. Even after this morning, after waking up tangled in each other, I still ached to be near him again. Oaken. He turned at the sound of my voice, his smile lighting up his face. But it wasn't just his name anymore. It was everything. The man who'd built my home, the one who made my heart race just by existing. And as Jilly carried me closer, I knew there was nowhere else I'd rather be.